Yes. Yes. Lead the session. And if you count from Sunday, yes, that'll make it 10. So we'll be here for 9 days of learning. Yes. So, for the most part of last week, yesterday was a bit more focused around communication. We're going to the second, we call it grantmanship training. So the question is, do you become a mentor automatically because you've been in the business for a long time? Or do you need to develop certain competencies? Are there things you need to do to actually be able to mentor? And even as an early career researcher, the question is, are there things you need to do as a mentee? Is there a way to actually set up a system to have that mentorship for early career researchers? To do justice to that, we have, she was my teacher at the school. And even during residency training, although I was in internal medicine, I did community medicine anyway, but I'm a product of youth times 2. So I have the honor of inviting my teacher, Professor Njideka OKubadejo.
So good morning. Do we need the mic? Yes. You're shocked. So I see that you've been together for a while. So in terms of group dynamics, I can see you conversing with each other. And that's going to be very helpful. Because we're going to interact quite a bit. So I see that you've listened up. And you're in a place where you're feeling comfortable to share your experience. So this morning, we'll be talking about mentoring. So this year, the first focus that we have is to talk about the principles that underlie mentoring. And then a little later in the afternoon, we'll talk about the competencies that a person needs in order to be a good mentor, or to succeed as a mentor. And then I think there's some good work for you to do later on. So that's my email address. In the event that I have to run, feel free to send me a message. I have no disclosures. I work for the University of Lagos. That's it. Okay, so the objectives. By the time we're done, I expect that we all should be able to define mentorship better and any terms related to it. We should be able to describe the basic principles underlying mentorship and then describe the practice of mentoring. We'll try and keep it a bit interactive because I know that if you're in this room, you're either a mentor, a mentee, or you're both. So it's shared experiences that we're going to look at. So this is what we're going to do. Talk about the what and why of mentoring, then build upon that to talk about the principles and then the practice. So the first thing I want us to discuss in this book, it says so Steven Spielberg is a movie director person, and in his opinion, the delicate balance of mentoring someone is not creating them in your own image, but giving them the opportunity to create themselves. So is this something that we can relate with, or that we think is problematic, or we think is actually the correct opinion? I call it anybody. Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. Yes, I agree with his opinion because I've seen where mentors want to make you like them, and it's quite difficult to beat them.
Is it very bad to want to make you like them?
Well, in a way, you want to express yourself some other way, but they kind of impose their ideas on you. For me, it stalls me.
Why do you think, though, that a person would want to impose their own ideas on you?
probably I see it as they have lots of ideas and they probably feel they can't execute it all on their own. So now you're here, why don't you do some of this? Well, I'll be guiding you.
Is it a bad thing to want somebody to be like you?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, colleagues, and Johanna. It's really not too bad to want somebody to be like you. I think if anybody wants you to be like him, it's probably because he feels that he has seen a lot, he has failed in one way or another, he has learned his lessons. He wants you to follow in that footsteps so that you don't make the mistakes that he or she has made in the past. However, I feel that it should be a more or less understanding kind of a thing. There are mentors that, despite your limitations, your personal limitations, despite your interests or your desires, they don't seem to consider that. I'm trying to say, sir, I didn't say no. I said no. I said this is what you have to do. I believe it gets to that point, then it may be selfish.
Okay, so she will help us with the second line. So there's this adage that says that what an old person will see. A young person who is at the top of the tree. Is there something wrong with that adage?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, so let's just say that. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. So I feel that the part of innovation or creativity from the part of the mentee might not actually come out if the relationship is so strict, the way it's being captured in the adage or proverb or saying. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll try not to say thank you. You said what an old man sees sitting down, a young man will probably see this on a tree. I think it's just a way of trying to describe what the mentor brings to the table, the insight to be able to see some of the things that a young man will probably miss out, even if he feels he has a potential advantage. So within the relationship of the mentor-mentee, what maybe looking at what this quote from spelled on, it's more or less like the mentor needs to be careful not to be selectively saying the things he wants the mentee to see, so that you are more or less like not just you are trying to guide the mentee towards following a particular pathway. So it will take a conscious effort from the mentor not to do that. But to be able to let there be a balance, also the mentor will most likely guide the mentee on an aspect in which he is comfortable with. So you can't have a mentor who probably is a geoscientist who knows only about geoscience. So want to mentor someone in medicine who probably doesn't know anything about medicine. Even though they might have some goals they share in common, what the mentor cannot probably guide much more than what he's comfortable with, what he's sure of.
Okay. So I think that we agree that there has to be a balance. That the mentor may have credible reasons why they want the mentee to be focused with their image. But that there has to be that balance to be sure that you allow the mentee's own aims and aspirations to shine through. What I mentioned about the hierarchical relationship is that sometimes as a mentee, you're very focused,
on particular aspects of your career. And what can happen is that because you're early in your career, you may not see where the opportunities lie. So you can have somewhere that you're very interested in, but your mentor knows that it will be a bit frustrating for you if you veer into that area at that point in time. So that wealth of experience is sometimes what makes it seem as if the mentor is teleguiding. Of course, there are other reasons, like she has said, the mentor will just be looking for somebody to help them advance their own objectives, not necessarily looking for building up another person independently. But let's just remember that there has to be that balance. Okay, so what is mentorship? I think that everyone already knows what it is, but by definition, there are some things I want to emphasize. In the relationship, so Patrick, have we changed that one? So by definition, mentorship is a relationship that enables a mentor to guide, so not teleguide, but guide, to train, to advise, and promote the career development of the mentee. If we have all these in mind, we'll see that we will be able to sort of avoid the scenario that we described previously. Because you don't only guide, you have to do all of them together as a mentor to ensure one thing, that you promote the career development of the mentee. So actually, mentorship is really and truly primarily about the mentee. There's other collateral advantage that comes with it, but the main focus, if you're going to assess the success of a mentor, you measure it by the success of the mentees. And that's why sometimes when you're filling some of these applications for grants, like the NIH application, they will ask you to list. For instance, if it's a training grant type thing and so forth, they'll ask you to list the people that you have trained in recent times, and to also include their achievements in terms of their scholarship. So it's not just enough to say, okay, I'm a professor in ABU. Yes, you're a professor in ABU. How many people have you trained? And of those people that you have trained, how many have been retained in academia? How many have gone on to pursue a career elsewhere? And what's the evidence that you actually affected their careers positively? So like we said, it's a relationship, usually between an older and a younger person. And older not in the sense of age, but in the sense of the experience that they have in that chosen profession. And younger not again in terms of age, but in terms of their usually early career professionals. Now this is the typical mentor-mentee relationship, but in the course of our discussion, we'll see that there are other types of models of mentorship. So you can have peer or near-peer mentorship, and so forth. So there are other models, but the traditional model is this hierarchical experienced versus less experienced person. And it is how we develop professionals. So even though I have said earlier that mentorship, that the primary focus is the mentee, the only way that we can advance our professions, our specialties properly is to have mentor-mentee relationships that are working. I went to a conference maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, and it was a major neurology conference. And there was a standalone conference organized by a group, the largest group that is promoting genetics of Parkinson's disease worldwide. And the leader of that group couldn't come. It's only the first time the entire group is meeting, but last minute there was a family issue and the person could not come from the US to the venue of the conference. But it didn't make any difference because he has two fantastic mentees. And you can tell that he has allowed those, enabled, let me not say allowed, those mentees to grow in themselves. So his absence wasn't missed. In fact, what they did was to make a stand, what do you call that thing? So, like a picture of the person standing.
Hologram.
Huh? Hologram. Yeah, but this is printed. So if you wanted to take pictures with him, you stand and take your picture with him. That's how important he was to the meeting, but he wasn't there. But his mentees were there. And so the conference was not a failure. So everything that was supposed to be achieved at that conference was achieved because he had mentees. So my summary usually is that if you don't have, as you grow in your career, if you don't have mentees, you are a failure. There's something seriously wrong. So for the mentor, it's also one of the things that you should desire as you grow in your profession is to be a mentor, to find mentees, to commit yourself to mentorship. Otherwise, that profession that you met, you'll just filter away, and that will be the end of it. So in our institutions, if we don't have a culture of mentorship, we should proactively look for ways in which we can build that culture. I actually have a very strong belief that if you are doing a grant application and you don't have any mentee, they shouldn't give you that grant application. They shouldn't award you that grant. It should be a criteria. If you have mentee. What's the reason? Very simple. I will tell you a short story. I don't know who is from Ibadan here. This age. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we all know Prof. Shutoko. The peak of his career, things were happening in the research space. And then what happened? What happened? He died. So imagine if there were no mentees. Imagine if Professor Oguni was not there, Professor Gureje was not there, Professor Bayeli was not there. If you had not carried them along, if you were not training them, that would have been the end of the Ibadan Indianapolis Dementia Project. That would have been the end. But fast forward to how many years later, that project is still thriving. Because there were mentees that had been brought up to a point where they were able to continue the process after their mentor had passed. And that's one of the reasons I say that if you don't have mentees, if you cannot show that in your institution or in your network, there are people that you are bringing along and building their careers, you should not be given any grants because anything can happen to anybody at any time. So the objective of mentorship is to progressively empower the mentee to achieve their personal career objectives through a relationship of trust and confidentiality. Very important. A mentor must be someone you can trust. A mentor must be someone that can maintain some type of confidentiality in your relationship. It's not all your failures that the person will go and share at the departmental meeting. And it's not everything that you have planned or the person has planned that should be in the public domain. That trust and that confidentiality must be there. Okay, so in building a mentor-mentee relationship, mutual trust is really important, but mutual respect is also important. And that's what with our culture, does our culture promote interest?
in a sense that in Nigerian culture, we have different, but for me, I'm not of, I would mention tribe permit me, I'm not of Yoruba origin, so coming to work here I had culture shock for a while, and it was really dicey for me to fit in. Even though I did part of my postgraduate program at the University of Ibadan, there was more like just coming to school and working with my supervisor and lecturers and going away. So having done a bit of my postgraduate program outside of Nigeria, and then seeing the space, the allowance to actually grow, and you can walk up to someone and just talk to them at par level, not because you know too much, but you're guided and you're given that space. It was really shocking when I came into the space and there is all the seniority aura, and you are a lecturer too. If this person finishes as the final, you can't say anything, you can't. So I'm still struggling with it. So I think in our culture, maybe it happens in other places, but this is my first place in the academia, and it's really challenging, especially having been in a space where you are allowed. You can walk up to the director, walk into his office and have a chat with him. This is what I'm thinking of, what do you think? And he's guiding you, and you walk out and you are glad that you had that interaction. But on the side note, I've also in my community where I currently am, there are people that have identified that I can relate with, but they didn't grow in the Nigerian society. So these are people that have worked with WHO and UN, and their perspective of interaction differs very much with those that have done most of their work in the Nigerian space.
Thank you.
I think we should look at the context of what we're talking about based on the definition of mentoring and what culture really is. And we might need to just reflect back on the fact that there are formal mentoring programs where there are guidelines, standard rules and regulations. And as much as the mentee has a role to play, the mentor also has his own role to play, that is guided by some principles that have been laid down, so that someone can come back in a year or two and monitor the outcome of that mentoring relationship. So if we're looking at that context, well, there are a lot of programs that have been developed for the academic settings where you actually have a mentoring program that someone can objectively assess the quality of the relationship. That is one. But there are a lot of informal mentoring relationships around here that it's just based on mutual understanding and the personality of the individuals in such a relationship would have a strong role to play in the quality of the relationship that they are having. So, and I think that's what obtains in most of where many of us are trained in this part of the world. You can have someone who is not a Nigerian, who you have never seen face to face, who is actually mentoring you in some parts of your career. So we need to look at the context of the informal mentorship that occurs in this part of the world mainly, and not let it be what will lead us to determine what the role of culture will be. That one can be influenced by culture much more. But I think the formal mentoring programs, irrespective of who you are, where you're from, once you decide to be in that relationship, there is no one to be saying your culture is what will make you. Because I am from Ife, and I joined them about 3 years ago. And the moment we joined, for the first time in Ife, they just starting off a formal mentoring program, which is being organized by some people who got a grant to actually make them an institutionalized mentoring program in the university. So they invited potential mentors and mentees, and we had a series of meetings, and they paired us up. So, but along the line, because of COVID, the program could not really go on. So that kind of a mentoring program, once you have been told what you should do, they're giving you some things that you need to feel from time to time based on your interactions. Irrespective of your culture, culture might not really interfere with that.
Okay, so thank you. So I want us to think about a couple of things which will come up in the course of this discussion. One is mentoring relationship always has to be holistic. There is no this division of my career and my personal development is entirely artificial and does not work in the real world because we are human. So even in the formal mentor-mentee relationship that is set up, your personal perspective can either promote or hamper that relationship and how it develops. And so in forming that relationship, you have to take cognizance of that person. So that's why we encourage, even in formal settings, the approach has to be very holistic. And why do you say that? You enter into this formal mentor-mentee compact. You sign everything down. You're going to meet once a week on Tuesday afternoon. You're going to achieve objective 1, 2, 3, 4, so forth. With one, mentee showed up an hour late for the meeting. With 2, mentee shows up 2 hours late for the meeting. With 3, mentee doesn't show up for the meeting at all. There's no personal relationship. The mentor does not know who the mentee is, period. That will immediately give the impression that this mentee is not a serious-minded person, correct? But the mentor then sits down and says, let's have a conversation. Why late? And it turns out that the mentee works here, but lives in Ikorodu. And his car is broken down. And his salary has finished. Just gave them to triplets. And his brother-in-law moved into the house.
Oh my God.
It's complex, I mean.
Yes.
So that you can't leave or on the other side of a part of the mentor. The mentor comes to the first meeting and is very distracted. Second meeting, he's actually distracted and irritated. Very short with the mentee. He's not patient. He's not listening to anything that's happening. But the mentee does not know why this person is acting crazy. Right? So until you have a chance to form some type of, it's not that you will share intimate details of each other's lives, but until you have some sort of personal, more holistic relationship, you're not going to be able to forge ahead unless two of you are in perfect situations in your lives at that point in time, where there are no distractions, where there's nothing that's taking your eye off the map. We often tell people that they should leave their problems at home when they are coming to work. Sometimes it's possible. Sometimes it's not. There are some, you have to come to a level of maturity where you don't let your personal issues affect your work. But when it comes to that kind of relationship you're trying to build, the person you each have to have some type of understanding of each other's circumstance. Doesn't have to have too much details, but work together, and that will help shape, for instance, the timing of your meetings. It will shape other aspects of that relationship that will make it work. And then, let me then look back to what the lovely lady said. From primary school, from nursery school, I think from when they are even born, we don't allow, in our culture, we don't allow people to express themselves. We have a culture where if you're younger, if you're less experienced, you don't really air your opinion that publicly. And we carry it through. I ran a course maybe 3 months back, and I had to keep apologizing. It was a virtual course. I had to keep apologizing to the international faculty that the silence of the participants when it came to interaction, posting questions, responding to questions, was not because they were not being carried along. That's a cultural thing. That they will just not speak. So they have to understand that. Because they were worried about whether their accent was such that the people could not understand them. No. Was the content too difficult for them? No. You have to be able to draw them out. Go the extra mile to draw people out in our culture for them to be able to speak. You also have to have a really non-judgmental, it takes a lot of encouragement. And it's particularly worse in academia, and it's particularly bad in some institutions. I name no names. I name no names. But I've been in Ife, I have links with Ibadan, and I'm in Lagos. So one day I said to one of my colleagues who trained in did his residency in Ibadan, then came to me. One day I said, this is your faith, can you say exactly. You cannot say it. Till today, one of my colleagues, whenever he starts, this is international meeting, whenever he starts, the first of all has to, you know when you say you want to start somebody, have to sort of hype. He will first of all start by hyping all his seniors, all his trainers, all their grandfather and their grandmother. Hype. 5 to 10 minutes of hyping before we start the actual meeting. What is the culture? And try as he may, I'm saying, I'm like, when we are doing meetings with these people, don't be calling me Maui. Because there's a boundary, but you cannot help yourself. Say thank you. Yes. So mutual respect, it really is. And it's bi-directional. It's not just respect, but you respect your mentee respects you. And that respect is not just because of the age difference, no. Because if it's just age difference, then we'll say, oh, only one side has to respect the other. But you also respect their circumstance, you respect their background, you respect their diversity. And you take all that into account when you're interacting. We have a way. And then understanding is important, of course, and empathy is very important. So if it was not a holistic relationship, we won't be talking about empathy. But you have to bring that to the table, especially the mentor towards the mentee. Because there are many things you see in that relationship that may tend to want to irritate you. Not because of anything, but because you've seen this before, you've seen this pattern before. You know it's not going to work. You know the complications that can arise from it. But you must allow the person to grow, to make their own mistakes, and to be supportive during that process. So in the relationship, what does the mentor gain? Satisfaction, contribution to the profession, and the mentee has a conducive environment to maximize their potential. But having said that, it's not a mentor, your reward is in heaven, no. Your reward is actually here. And the satisfaction that you have is not just the feeling of the altruism of having built another person's profession. Some of the grants I hold today is because I have a mentor. without my mentee, without your mentee, you can't even, how many grants can you hold? How many things can you do at a time by yourself? So I often say to my colleagues at work that having a mentor, a mentee, having mentees is actually a very selfish decision to protect your mental health. The only reason I'm here now is because I have a mentee. If I didn't have a mentee, I have early bird seminar with my residents, 8 a.m. on Tuesday, and I don't cancel it for any reason. If I don't have a mentee, if I'm here and we're recruiting participants, can't happen. Or when it comes to finishing a grant application or administering the grant, or writing papers and other tasks, you can't do it if you don't have a mentee. And it's not just about having junior colleagues. It's about having someone who can almost read your mind. They said me and my mentee, they mix us up now. So I should have sent her here. People will not know that it's not me that came. Not because, but because we are growing together. I'm not trying to make her me, but there are many things that we share in common. Many ideas that we share in common. Many characteristics or values that we hold dear. So we don't think the same way. Our approach to solving things is not the same, but the core values that we share are very similar. So I'm the major beneficiary of having a mentee. Okay, so just to reiterate, during mentoring, what happens? We solve problems, we observe and guide the junior professional, we inquire, we listen, we accept or respect their interests, we show mutual respect, trust, understanding, and empathy, and we develop, nurture, and maintain an environment conducive to maximizing their potential to prosper. How do we do this? This last one. Just examples. Are you a mentor? Huh?
I'm not quite.
There's no half mentor, quarter mentor. You can be both.
I'm a mentor to some people and also a mentee.
So as a mentor, how do you maintain an environment conducive to your mentee maximizing their potential?
In that regard, actually, the way I relate to them, in terms of maybe the tasks we undertake together, even though I'm the one direct, but at least I make sure I encourage him to come to the same level like myself. So I will try to maybe advise or things that I know that will help him grow. I always bring it to his notice so that he will pick up.
Like what?
And like even in terms of what I know academically, I direct him, follow this step, this is where you're going to use, and this is going to be where you're going to follow to be able to achieve this purpose. Like even this training or even I kind of undergoing here, I do send some of the materials already. Yeah. So in that way, I'm trying to bring him up to the same level as myself.
So you're creating opportunities for him to learn. How else can we create that environment?
So as a mentor, what I do in my own place is that, of course, in my department we have undergraduate projects in community medicine. So once I supervise you as a supervisor, after you graduate from the medical school, I always tell my students that we can work together so that I will put you through the steps in manuscript writing. So what I do in most cases, those that are interested, I may give them a paper that they are published or somebody has published, then they will come out with a manuscript out of their own project. They will now sit down we go through it, will tell you what you've done correctly, what you need to do, or what you need to do, so that next time you make it better.
Thank you. So that's important. They are important components. If it stands alone, that's supervision. But if you are adding other value to it as well, then that's certainly mentorship. So there's somebody behind you, and then there are two hands on this side.
Thank you very much. So I have a relationship, a medical student that graduated as a mentee. So we were paired much earlier in medical school, and I mentored him all through. And what I also realized is that we do meet, and what I normally tell him is, when you feel like you want to meet, don't meet monthly, but if there is need to meet during the weekend, then I will look at my schedule and see if I'm free. And so I try to ask if he comes to my home. So as much as possible, and then because I also have the interest in public health, he sees what I'm doing. Currently, as a house officer, already he has his NGO. He's someone on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the rest. He has so he does a lot of things right from medical school, making videos and about medical school, different subjects, other health professionals. And so this is someone I'm really proud of. He has really come up very well, and we are still together.
Very well done.
I like to talk as a mentee, how my mentor has tried to make conducive environment for me. I do remember when I was doing my master's degree, trying to get suitable topic. My mentor is in school health. I'm in occupational health. And get to a point I went to her, I want to change to school health. So that he said, no, you don't need to change what I'm doing. But in that thing that we have chosen to do, we can move through it. If you need help from other people, I will link you up. I do remember the husband is an environmental chemist. Talk to the husband, what do we need to do or something. Then second, even coming for this program, he sent something to me that, okay, let me, you will apply for this. When you are through with your application, send it to me. I did that, she corrected, okay, send it to this person to do some editing and something. I want to submit, let me also know. So and she followed up, and when I had 1 or 2 videos, she came in, tried to see what she can do, and after she called me, you did this, you have done it, you don't do it like that or something. She talked to me that, no, this is your area, and I think she has been able to create a conducive environment for me to be able to grow. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, 2 more, yes.
Okay, I want to talk as a mentee and also as a mentor. As a mentee, I could after my I was looking for a job. So my supervisor, he has to call me that instead of looking around for the why don't you start your PhD? So I thought it was being unfair because I was looking at the financial implication of starting a PhD program. So he encouraged me and compared with the monthly I started the program with. My mind was not actually on the program, but I was, though he encouraged me that he was going to be paying me proofing. So because of that, I started the program. So along the line, I think by 2nd year so I actually got a teaching, lecturing job, and that was because I was already a research assistant and somewhere. So and all along, it's been my first international conference he was the one who told me about the conference, and he literally we went together. I've never been to airport at that time. So I had issue with the immigration, so it was always to his grand that no, this boy we were going together and all the time. So, and as a mentor, I also had some students, program master students. At times when some of them come around and look at their content, the way they feel, because of the experience I had with my mentor, so I was able to sit them down and find out what the problem is, and I realized that they open up. So with that, I have been able to mentor those ones, and then I also encourage them to attend conferences at which they are also doing.
Finally,
thank you. I would like to talk about my mentees. When I came in for residency training, I identified the female medical students from 200 level. I started working with them, be it outreaches, be it data collection, or ushering jobs for any medical occasion. So I exposed them to our meetings and how we do things. And by the time they're in their third, fourth year, I think 2 of them started up their NGOs. They keep applying for fellowships, some in Mandela, Washington, some UN, some other fellowships like that. So I stand as their referees, and whatever I don't feel capable of doing, I resort to my trainers to any other person I feel can be of help. So I think I've created an open channel of communication. They are very free. Some of them have babies, some of them are married. I encourage them. So whatever it is, they're not afraid to say, Dr. Hafiz wants you to be our referee, one letter of recommendation. Can you go through this application? And currently 2 of them are applying for shipping. So we do a lot of things together. So they see me as part of them. So even though it's an informal way of mentoring, but I think I've gained a lot of relationship with the medical students. They're not their final year. Even the male students have joined them because there's a pool where we do things together.
very good. So these are all success stories. I think one of the things I see is mostly if you have a good experience as a mentee, you're likely to be a good mentor. But please, even if you've had a bad experience as a mentee, borrow from that and create the kind of environment that we've heard about, the open door. Like I said, so sometimes it's beyond, they will start coming to your house. Or they may go as far as that, but you're having an occasion, they are there, because you one way or the other impacted them personally. It doesn't have to be so. If you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to go that route. And if there are barriers to that, but it's just to show that the relationship builds and it traverses even the sort of the professional that it had at the beginning. So very well done, and please continue in this area. One of the challenges that are not so local, but local, is when the mentor has not been satisfied with opportunities. How does the person create or expose the mentee to opportunities? So here you are a mentor, you're looking for funding to attend an international conference. Then your mentee comes to you and says, please, can you give me a letter of recommendation to submit because I want to attend that conference, same conference. What are you going to do? You sign for them, yes? It's a tough decision, but trust me that as you make way for others, opportunities will open for you. For the first almost 7 or 8 years of my career, every conference I went to, I paid from my pocket. Because the pharmaceutical industry sponsor, there was nobody sponsoring. So I was paying and going to these conferences. Around the 8th year or thereabouts, some of the companies woke up. My residents or who will come and say, such and such company says they want to sponsor us for conference. They say you should recommend. I will recommend them. So we go to the same conference, I'll pay for myself and you'll be sponsored. But it didn't matter because I was already determined that I will go to these conferences and that I would spend my finances to do so because I saw it as building my career. So it's a delicate balance, but you have to try. You have to try and not be selfish as a mentor. So when you see opportunities, don't also feel like your mentee is in competition with you and that they are going to overtake you. One thing I say to my mentees, because I have more than one, when they say, we want to be like you, I say, no, you want to be better than me. And they say, it's not. No, it's very possible. I've not done anything. So my hope is that you will be greater than me, not that you will be like me or less. So they know we're not in competition. Actually, what we're headed is that you will achieve more than I have achieved. So you also have to ensure that you are not sort of competing with your mentees. The playing field is very, very large, very wide. There are many doors that you can enter into that your mentee will not be able to enter into, and that actually you should give them the opportunity to enter. We declare warning that they should not disgrace you when you get there. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's now dear.
Are we going to just 5 people?
Yes.
Every time you say thank you, ma, 500 naira.
So, what I hear is different examples of relationships with your juniors. Not really structured relationships. I think of mentorship as it's kind of structured relationships. But what exists really, even as a resident, that's what I mean. You have relationship with different of your superiors for different things. So for example, you're relating to one in career, maybe they have conferences, they send them to you, while you relate with others, especially as a woman, on family, personal development. So I'm thinking that having a structured mentorship does not really totally exist within our system. Because even from what we've been saying, so how does one go or start off that structured mentorship relationship, right? Mentorship program.
So, there are many different mentoring models. And some of the things we call mentoring are just components of mentoring, which on their own are not necessarily mentoring. So for instance, you can be somebody's supervisor. You can be just facilitator. When you have information, you pass to them. A mentoring relationship, whatever model it is more holistic. So that's the first thing. Within the models, you can have informal, you can have formal, you can have a mix. The most important thing, first of all, I think for me is recognize that there's a need for mentoring. Then secondly, understand how to get the best out of a mentoring relationship. And one of the ways is to have a formal mentoring, if it is feasible. Now, at the institutional level, that's where one of the places we can start. We can start as individuals. Because you can go home after this and say, okay, I'm going to be intentional. I'm going to approach somebody and formalize this mentor-mentee relationship. I'm going to encourage that we lead the conversation towards having a formal mentoring compact, having achievable goals, having timelines, and so on and so forth. You can take that individual decision. At the institutional level, institutions can create the environment for formal mentor-mentee relationship and have it as a program within the institution. Even within that institutionalized mentoring, there are models. So you can have a situation where it is the institution, the department, the unit that assigns mentors to mentees. Sometimes you can also have a model where it is the mentee that chooses who will be their mentor, whether one mentor, two mentors, whatever, a mentor for one aspect, a mentor for another aspect. When you allow mentees to choose, however, in the formal setting, they tend to gravitate towards the same person. So you can have 4 or 5 people who want this person to be their mentor, and 0 person who wants another person to be their mentor. With good and bad reasons. It may be because the person they are not gravitating towards is a stricter person, a no-nonsense person that will not cut them any slack. Whereas the other person that they are all gravitating towards, it may not be the person's professional experience, but the person's candor or their approach to things is what is attractive. Sometimes people see somebody that has no interpersonal skills. It's not able to communicate with people. It's almost, I don't want to use negative way, but has no social skills. But because the person is a shining international star, they want to associate with the person as their mentor. There are pros and cons. You will get the exposure. But that behavioral and that social, the skills that you need, and the competencies which we'll talk about, you will not be able to build them. All you have is the advantage of the exposure. So there are different models. And at any point in time, you have the opportunity of creating a formal relationship. But also bearing in mind that where there's no assessment, so we say that assessment drives learning. So if there's no formal way of assessing a formal mentor-mentee relationship, it's also difficult to assess the success of that kind of relationship. When you go into it, when institutions set it up, then they should build in a mechanism of measuring the success of the system that they've set up. Okay, so we'll move on. So just to take up from what you said, so you can have mentorship for leadership, you can have mentorship for career development, you can add to that mentorship for life coaching. Okay, so in all of that, you have to consider whatever you're doing, there has to be clarity, the person mentoring has to be capable, there has to be confidence, and hopefully that will result in some measure of success. Okay, so I think we've talked a bit about this. What are the functions of the mentor? But to revisit, for the career, for the psychosocial. They are hand in hand. Increasingly, you hear people talking about seminar on life skills. Even within academics, we're now holding conferences that we are talking about work-life balance. You can't separate them. You cannot separate them. So I'm an empty nester, right? So in my house, it's just me, my husband, and our dog. 3 of us. That's all. There's no child. There's nothing. There's no housemaid. There's nothing. I don't have to talk to anybody except my husband and my dog. So you know that sort of this is a regimented life. Right? We wake up in the morning, we pray. If you are eating breakfast, you go and eat your breakfast, you give the dog food, you go to work. You come back in the evening. we eat, watch TV, and we sleep. My mentee has an older daughter in university and a 9-year-old. And my mentee's husband is a doctor like her. They don't have a maid. Our life is same. So I say, Dr. X, we are meeting this morning by 8 o'clock on Monday morning. She's not telling me she's not coming, though, but she's not coming. It's not happening. How? The 9-year-old has to go to school. She has to go and drop the 9-year-old in school, or put him in a school bus. He at least has to leave the house before she leaves. Or I say, okay, we're having a meeting by 2:30. Where has she gone? They have gone for school. So you have to be sure that whatever you're doing in that your mentee-mentor relationship, you take into consideration their work-life balance and their psychosocial development is important in all of that. How you can help them. Like she said, she has quite a number of mentees that are female. It helps. It's not, we were not saying female mentee, female mentor. No. But it helps if you can understand the vulnerability of your mentee. It helps a lot. Because that way, you can even anticipate the kind of challenges they may go through or they may be passing through. And you may be able to sort things out in a way where it works for everybody. So you may have to schedule virtual meetings sometimes rather than in person. All the others, you may be okay with them to come to the meeting in person. But that your mentee, it may just be best to say, look, let's do this at this time, virtually. And you will get the best out of the person because the person knows that you're also considering their mental health and their mental well-being. So as a mentor, you're a role model, you counsel, you're a friend, you protect, you expose and give them visibility, you give them challenging assignments and you coach them. Okay, so let's discuss this very briefly. It says, before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. Who disagrees? Don't think about our leadership of Nigerian leadership. Don't think about that one. As a mentor, you're a leader. And you're not a leader because you're in front. If you are going, if I say I'm doing 1 million man march now, only me is marching from here to Ikorodu. Nobody is following me. So 1 man march. If nobody agrees to follow you, you cannot be a leader. So you are a leader because you have followership, not because you position yourself in front. So as you're a mentor because you have mentee. It's not because you say I'm a mentor. The evidence of being a mentor is what? Your mentee. Your mentee. And you have to learn that. The measure of your success. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I have a question. Thank you.
500 men.
Before you are a leader, something about company, you know the power. I'm already a leader now. But I see that someone, there always be someone ahead of me.
Yes.
So, where do I do that?
There's always someone behind you. So somebody, I can't remember where I saw it. Somewhere online the other day. I think somebody was sharing something that said, if you, that position that you're in, that you think that I have not achieved anything, my situation is very bad, that there are like 1 million people who are aspiring to be like you. So once you develop thinking capacity,
Yeah, you can be a leader. If you go to a nursery school now, you see some children, they lead, others follow. Where the trouble is, that's where you find them. So what I'm saying is, at any point in your career, you are a leader. You should always be looking for opportunities to build others. There will always be someone who can benefit from you. The person can be students, it can be office staff, it can be anything. There's always the opportunity for you to lead people. But you have to seek out opportunities to impact the life of others. So it's not, you don't seek them out because you want to lead them. You seek them out because you want to impact, no matter how little, you want to impact other people. And in doing so, you will find that they will consider you a leader because you've impacted them positively. Okay, so that transition is not like one day you wake up and you're a leader. Yes?
Mentor and mentee. But coming down to real life situations, I don't know how you can explain to us when you find a situation where the mentor has character flaws and is deliberately misinforming others about the mentee. What do you think the mentee should do, especially in an academic setting?
Thank you, and that will come back. That's why we talked about confidentiality. There is probably no perfect mentor. Just as if you're in a relationship with anybody, there's no perfect relationship. However, if you find that that character flaw is interfering too much with what you're trying to achieve, then you have to dissolve that relationship and walk away. It's better. Politely, not that.
Who breaks the relationship?
Okay, so you don't burn your bridges behind you. You have to, with wisdom, gradually separate yourself. Or, in some instances, people suggest that you have, so depending on the culture, depending on the individual, that you have a conversation with the person, that you want to follow a different direction, and that you are seeking other mentors. You have to do it.
Just in line with what he said,
Yes.
Because I have been fortunate not to have a toxic relationship with a lot of the people who have mentored me over the years. But I know people who probably, someone shared an experience with me, and he said, it's a very, very senior person to me. He said he suffered excessively when he was being mentored by one of his own mentors, and he gave an experience in which he said that man would ask him to come to his office by 8 in the morning, and he would wait till 6 in the evening, waiting for him at the car park, and that he would now come late in the evening and ask him to go, and he will see him some other time, and he was doing that consistently. And because he was his mentor, he could not say no. Yes, he was mentor. He said things that normally you would drop for him to read, he would want you to read it by hand, and while he's reading it and making marks, he's also passing comments at you. So you don't just, you experience his pain at putting the red Bible or whatever you have written, and transferred a lot of aggression to him. So he said, because when he was explaining it, I now understood why he was like who he is. Because he's someone who I've known him when I was a student, who would say a lot of negative things to you in the clinic. And so many years later, when he now shared his own experience, I now understood, because he also actually now eventually supervised me. And I felt a lot of torment when he was supervising me. When we now became much more closer, that will now share his own experience. So mentoring relationships transfer across generations, because once you have worked with someone, he takes it to the next generation.
So we are the ones that break. Yes. You have to choose to break the toxicity. Many of us, if you were raised in academia in this country, even abroad, let me just say, some labs are just toxic. If you are not, anyway, so but you have to make a choice to break that chain of torment. Yes.
I now have a better understanding that this back to the same problem. If your so-called mentor probably is even the head of that department, and you as a junior person are not going to be involved in the peer review process, please, what are you supposed to do when you have such a mentor that moves around, spoiling your character, despite the fact that you have done all your work?
Okay, so what here? One of the things that we must learn, let's set culture aside. If you have agreed about something and you have the facts right, identify senior faculty, whether in your department, outside your department, outside your institution. Everybody has a senior. Most people have someone that they will listen to. If you have your facts right, please identify that person, approach that person, share your concerns with that person, and see what comes out of it. Now, there are some people, you cannot find anybody like that in their life. Depending on how much you think you need that person, you have to think about it very clearly. It's a choice. Do you want to stoop to conquer? Is it worth it? If it's not worth it, then please ask the person to sit down and actually politely air your grievance. You're an adult and move on. But you have to come to the point where thus far and no more, you had enough, and then move on with it. If you counted the cost and you think that is stoop to conquer, well, if you listen to everything they are saying, you will hear your servant cursing you. So you just chill. Head of department, is it not 3 years? Is it more than that? Is that? Yes. So we had a mentor in my department. He retired. We were on residents when he was tormenting his fellow professors. He used to torment them. Fast forward a couple of years later, the man died. I won't say any more than that. So anyway, the man died, and the people said that they wanted to hold valedictory lecture for him. And our valedictory lecture is if you die, the department passed from is the one that will host it. He said, we're not holding any valedictory lecture because we cannot tell lies. You cannot come there and say he was a wonderful man, he's a very good. There's nothing, there's no mystery they didn't send. Even the National Professional Association the person belongs to did not agree to hold any special lecture or anything for him. And that's how that matter ended. We sent a letter to the family, saying, condolence letter. Nobody went for the wedding. Yes. So payday will come. Payday will come. Yes, sir.
I think we need to understand the difference between mentor and a boss. Like, because really, I think most people are getting that wrong. Maybe we need to explain that. Because if I was in my department,
Sure. Thank you. So if you have envisioned the person as your mentor, because sometimes that's a lot of where we are. We have envisioned this person as a mentor. We have the same formal aspirations as we will have if we were in a proper mentorship relationship. What we are saying is that there are certain characteristics that you should look out for when you are envisioning a person to be your mentor. And one of them is the person, you should be in a situation where it's not a boss-servant relationship. You should choose carefully and let it be someone who you can forge that kind of relationship with. There are people who they can't help themselves, but be boss. Those people need to be very difficult to form a real, sustainable, credible mentorship relationship with them. And those people are best avoided. There are other advantages you can have with such people. They can give you referral, they can supervise something you're doing, they can recommend you for something that they have access to. But those are not the kind of people you want to form a mentorship relationship with. So, again, secondly, there's so much informal mentoring going on, and that's something that we want to change after you've been at this course. And some of it is just supervision, some of it is just nature that puts people together in the same place. You haven't actually forged any relationship. So we're hoping that going forward as individuals, in our institutions, in our departments, we begin to formalize it so that we can achieve the real objective and so that we can select carefully when we are thinking of pairing people for mentorship. So, these are the benefits of mentoring to the mentee, to the mentor, to the profession. I think we've talked about quite a few of them. Personal fulfillment, assistance on projects, financial rewards. This is very true. As a mentor, like I said, my mentee helps me with my grants. So I'm able to earn some foreign exchange from my grants. If she did it, we will not meet our deliverable and we will both not be paid. Both not be paid. Not the kind of mentor say you collect all the money, they don't give you your benefit. We have another mentor. He will collect grants. In those years, when the university will pay all the grants into the person's account, when he brings the paper to sign, there's nothing written on the paper. Or he will cover one side and tell you to sign. So he has typed it, he has written your name, the amount you collected, but he will cover that column, and then you just sign, and he'll give you what he wants to give you. So, for the profession, there's development of specialties, commitment, improved quality of professionals, improved quality of professionals. That's important. One of the reasons we say, oh, the quality of the academicians we have now is low, is because they have no mentor. My mentee is awaiting her promotion to associate professor. And it's been delayed. But there's something I say to her. I said, they are professors and they are professors. There are many people in many different departments that have a professorial chair. That till tomorrow we don't know what they are professing. No, it's true. We do not know. Some of them, I've been in the university for 21 years. I have never heard them give a seminar or like a public. You know how you do conference speaker? Never. Not during, before COVID, not during COVID, not after. Never. We don't know their area of specialty regarding their research. They've never held a grant. Not even university grant. Never. So if you haven't built people professionally, then the quality of academicians you're going to have is going to remain low. They have no international, like, God bless that person that took out. I have a thing in my unit, these are my residents, these are not my mentees. If you are my resident, while you are spending time there, whether supernumerary or you're from home, you must go abroad. I have one. He came from Sokoto. When he came, I was going to a course, teaching course in Wanadugu. No, I was going to Madagascar. So I said, okay, two of you. Which of you is going to Madagascar with me? He said he doesn't have passport. I said, before the end of next week, you will find how he had never had, at that time, he had never had an international passport. This was about 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. So he got a passport. He didn't go with me because the person that had passport, I submitted his data page and he went with me. But subsequently, immediately following, there was another opportunity. And he went. That was the first time. As you speak now, Australia. That's There was some years, all my residents will go to American Academy of Neurology meeting with me. All. If you see a group of black people in American Academy of Neurology, they came from my institution. How did I learn my lesson? Well, once they finished residency, all of them, 5 of them, went to America. So there's advantage and disadvantage. But it's not your concern. Expose them. One thing it does is that it builds their confidence because they know that this thing they are teaching us in Nigeria is the same thing they are teaching them here. What I know is what is good. So it builds their confidence immediately. But my current senior resident, who has also never traveled, is going to, in fact, Korea now his passport is in his Spanish, is going to, what's this place? Spain or something, it's not Spain, one of these other countries. Italy or something. Something like that. So his passport is in the embassy. Because I recommended him for a 4-month training, for 4-week training. But I also recommended him to go and do one course in Cameroon. So he has gone to the embassy, they should give him his passport. When they go to Cameroon, when they come, we'll give them back. You have to expose them. And you see the difference in the quality of work that they produce, to the confidence that they have, even when they are presenting, when they are engaging other people, and so forth. It helps. It helps you as well, because it makes your work easier. So it improves the quality of professional skills, and it strengthens the workforce. Okay, so what are the principles of mentoring? We've talked about this. It should be intentional, it should be inclusive, it should be relational, and it should be holistic. I think we covered much of that. And when you're mentoring someone, you should focus on all these things, which we've talked on. Independent scholarship/research. It's one of the things you should learn as an academician. There's a time to be first author. There's a time you must ensure that you're also corresponding author. You know they are not the same. When other people are looking, there's also a time to be last author, by the way. Even though in many of our institutions, they don't understand that internationally, last author is the lead. They don't understand it. So if you are in university, everyone from University of Lagos here. If you are in University of Lagos, first author is scored 50% of the mark that the paper gets. Or something 8%, and it then diminishes thereafter. So please, if you are early career in University of Lagos, better be looking for how you be first author. Later, when you have got enough percentage, you stay somewhere, be corresponding, be last author. Because internationally, people recognize that the last author is the lead, they are the boss. Don't always be first author. It's selfish. So when you were lecturer 1, you were always lecturer 2, you were first author. Senior lecturer, or whatever. Senior lecturer, you are first author. Associate professor, you are first author. Professor, you are first author. Where are your mentees? If you are always the first author, where are they? It means that you have not given them the skills to draft the manuscript. It means that they have not increasingly gained independence in manuscript, doing research, and disseminating their research. That's what it says. If in your team, you are always the first author. So it speaks volumes. I know somebody that is going for professorial interview, and they cannot find any external person to come for the interview. So the dean called me, said they cannot, everybody they called, they refuse. I said, why would they not refuse? It's very selfish. Don't need to bring other people up. And the people in your profession, they know. It doesn't matter if they are in Kano, or they are in Abuja, or they are in Enugu. They know you for who you are. So when they say, it's time for an interview, it's not they can't come. They will not make that sacrifice. Meanwhile, I know some other people, that even if the person is out of the country, they say this person is going for an interview, we're looking for an external person to attend that interview, they will come from where they are. So don't be selfish. So you have to give them teaching skills, introduce them to internal and external professional networks, help develop their professional competencies, courses, fellowships, things like that. Manage their career challenges, help them with planning their overall career goals, expose them to the requirements for academic advancement. Many people will not tell you that, in this university, for you to move from lecturer 1 to senior lecturer, you need X number of publications structured like this. They keep it as if it's a secret. They do, Abby? Yes. So 1 year, I had become so frustrated. So luckily in my faculty, I'm the chair of the faculty research committee. So we set up what we call sort of like lunchtime meetings. They used to be on Wednesdays, once a quarter or something like that. So in one seminar we will do how to fill your upper form. In another seminar we will do how to draft a manuscript. So in one of the seminars, that was now came during COVID. I said, even better, we'll do it virtually. What are the requirements for promotion in this university? Because some people, they don't need to tell that if you are lecturer 1, before you can move to senior lecturer, this is the number of papers you need to have, this is the spread, this is the percentage of scholarship you have to have, this is how you are going to be scored, this is the number of years you need to wait, this is the meaning of establishment. This is how these papers are scored. So that you don't have the writing case report. In my university, case report cannot get more than 1.5 over 5. And in any case, when you're transiting from senior lecturer to ASCO, you probably need to drop all those case reports because they will reduce your score. Well, now we're doing cumulative. But at that time, if you kill everyone with case reports, you will fail. But people do not know. And it's the same energy you use and write case reports that you use and write an original article. So why are you wasting your mentee's time telling them, this is a very interesting case, let us write it up. Some people will have 8 case reports. What are you doing with it? Let your residents be writing case reports. So you have to expose people to requirements for academic advancement, membership of committees. So people don't know that when they are scoring you, they will score your membership, your contribution to the university, contribution to the country. So why not let them know that this is the requirement so that they can focus? That was Samira. Welcome. Good morning. So mentoring models, so we'll come back to the models now. Traditional, one mentee, one mentor, or a team of mentors. So you can have more than one mentor with different skills, different focus. It's usually hierarchical, so that's a little bit problematic, but we've said, there are ways that you can engage to make sure it's an open relationship. And it's usually between an early career mentee and mid to senior mentor. Then there's peer and near peer. So meaning that in this group now, you can become a small group, one-to-one or small group. 2 heads are not always better than one. Heads. 2 or more good heads. So just take note of that. It's usually mentee initiated and it's non-hierarchical and it's reciprocal. So you're gaining from each other. Then there's group mentorship, which is hierarchical. So usually, because of lack of manpower at the top, can set up group mentoring. So one senior mentor that has a group of mentees that they are mentoring. But it's usually time limited. So you have to put a time to it or you're going to wear out people. And also because, so they can have an exit plan in case it's not working. And then there are mentoring networks, sorry about that. Where you have multiple relationships with multiple advisors, and people at all career stages can use that model. But also, like we reiterated, make sure that there's a focus, make sure that there's an objective, make sure there's something you're targeting to gain from the relationship. And then there's sponsorship. So the question is sponsorship really mentorship? But it's listed amongst the models. But what a sponsor does is usually one-off or just intermittent. You know, you found favor with the person, so the person also appreciates the progress that you're making in your career. The person sees an opportunity, the person exposes you to that opportunity. Okay? And that's one of the success stories of our current Vice Chancellor in waiting. The Brains Grant, I don't know if you heard about the Brains Grant, that was an offshoot of Mentee and all of that, was simply one of our senior professors at the time, an emeritus professor, not time in Kappa, and mentioned to her that there's this opportunity. Is she interested? And that was it. I think that either that or the HIV vaping one, but that was the story. So people are watching, and they're seeing your trajectory, and they're watching your values and all that. You know, so if you have favor with them, usually with the highly influential senior faculty, they can provide you with key opportunities like that. We've talked about some of these characteristics in a mentor, so please look out for them. Their personal characteristics are important. Like we said, somebody that doesn't have work-life balance, he or herself, cannot help you with your work-life balance. The relationship, they have to be accessible. And when you mentioned, you know, that his Mentee could come to his house or they could agree on a time when they could meet and all that. Accessibility, having an open door, respecting boundaries is important. So sincere dedication holds a high standard for the Mentee achievement. So you may feel that your mentor will be a bit harsh, but it's because ideally they should expect you to soar higher. So that's why I said when my mentee says, I want to be like you. No, I want you to be better than me. If all I can do is to make you like me, then I haven't really succeeded. Then there has to be some compatibility in your style, your vision, personality. It may not be 100%. If you can find a balance despite your differences, then it's okay. And then the professional, preferably senior, well-respected, knowledgeable, experienced, and is willing to share their networks. Not when you stand together at a conference side by side, and somebody comes to meet them. They will not introduce you. They just do as if you're not there. So a successful mentee should stand out in the crowd, demonstrate potential to succeed, should have adult intimacy capabilities, so positive self-esteem, should be able to make personal contributions, speak out, should be loyal, should be enlightened and enthusiastic and accessible. Not mentee that doesn't answer email. Yeah? They tell somebody, oh, my mentee would be interested in attending this conference. And then they send the mentee an email. Today, tomorrow, get that tomorrow, last week, 1 week later. Just see your mentee answering the email that they copied you. Like, 1 week after, the opportunity has gone. About a few days ago, somebody sent an email to say there's a workshop in Italy. They have reserved one position for an African trainee to attend that workshop. Can we, this was sent to a group of us, can we please identify one person? It's fully paid. So I immediately replied. And if I'm with my phone, I reply my email within minutes. So I replied the person, I said, yes, I'm interested and I want to recommend this person who is a senior resident. I sent the senior resident a WhatsApp message, there and then. Prepare your letter, send it to me, let me clean it up, let's prepare. All the things I'm going to describe took place within 30 minutes. He had prepared it, sent it to me, and I edited it, sent it back to him, said, email this person and express your interest. 3 hours later, somebody was saying, oh, we are interested. You know that we are like 10 of us that were there. They were replying all, oh, we are interested. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. No problem. Like tomorrow morning, next morning like this, they have accepted my residence. They have given him letter. Yeah, that's what he has gone to the embassy. I think his own course is also this November. What can I say? What are you? They told you that you should recommend somebody. Why are you replying to all? They are losing them. Exactly. They are losing them. Say, we are very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you for this. You are those who are interested have finished the work tonight. So you have to also be responsive and accessible. Otherwise, opportunity pass you by. Every opportunity you are looking for has either already been assigned, they knew who they wanted to give it to, or there are many other people that are interested. So whatever you need to do to stand out, to promote yourself, not the way that puts down others, you have to take the opportunity very, very quickly and not waste time. Okay, so this is just some tips for mentors. Build from your own experience, share what you know, open doors, provide perspective, enjoy the benefits, know the limits. So finally, if we're good for time, I wanted to share this. So this paper you're looking at is going to be a very great paper. I think it's going to be referenced quite widely. And this is a paper that was published by the 2019 cohort of this course. So they had an assignment, their group work was to discuss the barriers and solutions to effective mentorship in health, research and training institutions in Nigeria. So the conversation started during the group work, and then they did some of the work while they were here, and then they completed it. And their main findings were that the most frequently reported mentor challenges were lack of understanding of the mentorship process and lack of capacity for mentoring. On the mentee side, mentor preference, sort of choosing a particular mentor, everybody choosing the same mentor, so to speak, and lack of freedom of expression. And then for the system, the culture of selfishness / individualism and lack of formal relationship. So those were their major findings. The article is freely available on PubMed, so you can read it later. But it's something to think about. So what's the action that your group is going to take with respect to mentoring after this? Are you going to commit to set up, to challenge your institutions to set up formal mentoring? Are you going to apply for grants? Like I said, to establish formal mentoring programs in your department or in your institution? What are you going to do? Questions? Yes.
My question is regarding some of us that are accidental mentors. And we tend to still have that imposter syndrome. So like we feel we're not capable enough to be called mentors, but we find ourselves where so many others are looking up to us. And then we also have to get the mentorship to be able to transfer it to them. How do you balance that?
Make the best of it. Celebrate your wins. So whatever you're able to, nobody is sort of sitting on your neck trying to score you and say this is what you've done. So whatever you can do for anybody within your capability, just do it. Do you understand? So you don't have to be a star mentor, let me put it like that. The fact that you're even engaged in mentoring is sufficient. Just make sure that you imbibe the good qualities of a mentor and use them to the best of your ability. So there are some funny areas, like when it comes to, like I said, you're in this middle position where you're also seeking career advantage, but you're also trying to help others to come up. Just create a balance. It's not every opportunity that you will give them, but some opportunities will come that you know that, okay, let me give, these people will benefit more from it, and I will wait for bigger opportunities to come. And hopefully the people who are mentoring you will also be unselfish, will be able to share opportunities. And also, with where you are, go out and look for opportunities. There are many, there are too many. Okay? So don't feel like an imposter. You're a mentor. There are no categories of mentor, sort of quarter mentor, full mentor, half mentor. Man, I've not heard your beautiful words.
I was wondering, while you were giving us the lecture, you talked about kind of a formal setting where you have a relationship with your mentor, and you have to be accessible, both you and your mentor. That means you have to have an interaction, either mostly physical, you have to be there. In situations whereby you have a mentor and your mentor is not within where you are, how effective would that kind of mentoring be? I've been asking questions, but I keep hearing that you can have mentors anywhere, they must not be where you are. But then how effective will that mentoring relationship be when you are not close to the person, when you are not used, as they said, so that it can be useful? So how effective is it?
So thank you. So the digital world, the IT world has created that opportunity for us. I know many programs where people have been assigned a mentor. They are here, the mentor is in US or Europe, even a mentor with a different culture and so forth. What you have to do is to understand what the objectives of that particular mentoring relationship are. So don't set unrealistic objectives like the mentor is going to show you hands-on how to do certain things. So think about what objectives are best suited to that virtual interaction. So usually that's how it starts out. Down the line, we have an opportunity to work with the person in person. But in that virtual space, figure out clearly what can you gain from the person in the virtual space. There's a lot of counseling or sort of understanding and mutual exchange of ideas and helping to guide or direct you that you can get from a mentor that is far away from you physically. But just understand that it won't tick all the boxes, but take advantage of that scenario. Those are usually very powerful. I don't know how many so nepotism is not a Nigerian word. No. So by the time you see some grants, some call for this and that, the person like you already knows they want to give it to you. And that's what we talk about networking. Many decisions. You see, that's when you go for a conference, all of you listen to the session. Then you are running from one session to the next session, to the next session. You want to get all the educational inputs. Your mates, after the conference, you're going to the bar for happy hour. You see, all the Indian junior faculty and all the international Indian faculty that have gone to Cafe or school for dinner. That's where they finish the work. Yes. So they've gone there while they're chatting, My mentee's 1-year fellowship in the Cleveland Clinic, it was in the lobby of the hotel. My old friend came down the stairs to check out of the hotel because he was leaving. I was standing in the lobby, we were chatting. He said, he actually has an opportunity to sponsor, that every year he sponsors one movement disorders fellow to do a fellowship in the Cleveland Clinic. Well, he used to be in the University of Florida, but he's moved to Cleveland Clinic and he has taken his funding with him. Do I know anybody that's been interested? Yes, I know somebody that's been interested. There and then, I sent email, copied her. That's how we started. Meanwhile, somebody will be waiting for when they will advertise that position. If they advertise it, it's because the government said we used to advertise, they know who they are taking. So those networks, they are very useful because that person can expose you to opportunities. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to understand, as you talk of multiple, somebody can have more than one mentor.
Yes.
But you know, in our settings, sometimes there tends to be conflict. So a mentor can give you an assignment knowing fully well that the other mentor has given you an assignment so that you will not be able to achieve something like that. So how do you try to balance it? And secondly,
I'm trying to avoid those type of people.
Second thing I want to ask is, in academics, well, sometimes your mentor may not be your supervisor. So, because your supervisor, your academic advancement, he has to supervise. And then your mentor is on another country. So who do you consider more?
No, so there's no competition. Your supervisor, your mentor, they are not in competition. You're not in competition with either of them, and they're not in competition with each other. Make it a healthy relationship. Be transparent with wisdom. Anything I can qualify it, be transparent with wisdom. If you know that your supervisor and your mentor are sworn enemies, you're on your own. And you got yourself into that mess. So, you have to extricate yourself from that kind of scenario. But otherwise, assuming these are healthy, mentally healthy adults, be transparent. So you let your supervisor know you have a mentor that's helping you with aspects of your career development. You let your mentor know that this is your supervisor. If that's the case, and you yourself, be an adult. So we talked about adult capabilities. You yourself as an adult, you should be able to resolve or anticipate what may be a conflict and address it early enough before it becomes one. Don't wait until things have gone sour before discussing them. Yes, sir.
Okay, you mentioned something about not being in a competition with your mentee and then mentor thing. But actually, what about between the mentees? Because you mentioned the fact that you can have more than one mentee.
Yes.
So how do you, as a mentor, undo rivalry between mentees? And as a mentee, how do you cope with other mentees seeing you as a threat?
So as a mentor, try not to show favoritism. It's sometimes difficult because some people deliver, some people under-deliver. But even when you are so, also means that you have to have opportunity for one-on-one with them, and you have to maintain confidentiality. So when you're addressing them as a group, or when you're interacting as a group, don't make it about anybody in particular. So those skills, you have to sort of develop them so that you don't add to whatever is existing as a mentor. Create equal opportunities for them. Some will deliver. Some will mess up the opportunity. That's not you. But at another time, still create opportunities so that you're seen to be fair. On the mentee side, it's a dog-eat-dog world. So mentees are often in competition with each other, especially if they are at the same level. So luckily, sometimes you have mentees that are at different levels of their profession. But if they are at the same level, then you have to manage it wisely. So between mentees themselves, well, try to be good mentees. Try not to kill each other.
Actually, that's where I'm going to. Now, you as the mentor, I'm trying to make this practical now.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to have a favorite? Like, especially when they are on the same level and you want one to actually go farther than the other?
We are human. Should you be doing that? No. But we are human.
What has happened before that makes you favor one more than the other is likely their personal characteristics and the way that they've navigated things. So if a person has behaved well, they are more likely to get advantage than the person that has not. But as a mentor, try not to show favoritism. Let it not be you that's creating the favoritism. Let it be the person's bad qualities that's promoting. There's nothing you can do about that. Do you understand? So in a department, you may have many people that entered. For Samira, he is here with us. In my department, I have many people that entered as lecturer 1 at the same time. Some are associate professor, some are senior lecturer, some are still lecturer 1. Some because they don't used to hear words. But Samira, you cannot. Some they don't. For Samira is our chief of counseling. She's very patient. So any medical student that has failed 7 or 8 times used to send them to her. The one that will manage them until they graduate. But some people, it's going to do.
Thank you, Mom. Personally, I just want to appreciate you. You taught this topic from another angle, and it's very important. And I don't want to tell you how. So,
thank you very much. So I don't know where we are with the timetable.
When we teach, we have a small conversation outside, and then I raised this issue that we have mentors who in this time and age will tell you that they cannot read on their laptop, that it has to be printed, it has to be hard copy. And I've seen the level of inconvenience that could actually put on the Mentee. I was supervised when I did the master's program in Ibadan at the Center for Child and Youth Retirees. My supervisor actually was one of those that came from the UK. He took all his lectures within a whole week, and he left back for the UK, to the UK. And I never saw him one-on-one, and he successfully supervised my dissertation. And of course, after that, they are giving the recommendations or letters for things. So, but we still have some people here who think that even they themselves, they don't like reading on the laptop, so their mentee must be willing to print the hard copy. So, what do you think of that now?
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have to weigh the benefits. If your mentor is of value to you in other ways, and the only challenge is that it's old school, you have to print. Please just print. Because genuinely there are people who cannot. And the more far removed your mentor is from the present age, the more difficult it is for them to navigate. Some really try. Some really, really try. But for some, they just cannot understand how to edit things, how to put comments and so on. And there are even young people, that's the alarming one, who don't know how to edit and so on, accept changes and all of that. So please bear with them. I have a medical student who's volunteering on one of my projects, and his job is data entry. But I ask him for feedback via WhatsApp. So, okay, how many participants have you called? How many of the data have you entered in red count? What is the number that is left? So the first week I ask him, he sends me a WhatsApp reply. I put the figures. Second week, he does the same thing. The third week, he sent me a link. He sent me a link. He said it will update automatically. I should click on the link. So the next time I checked the link, I checked the link again. And the next time I sent him a message, I said, when I ask you for an update, never again say and this is way that I go online very easy. Just answer my question and don't give me the So he has reverted. Culture. Yes, he has reverted to answering my question as asked. But that is Gen Z. And I know that it's even easier for me to, but it's just the realization of he actually said to me. Who does he think he's talking to? So please accommodate us. Accommodate us anyhow you see us. So that brings us really to this topic of mentoring competencies. So we'll go through some of them. It's micro teaching, so it's similar to what we did earlier in the morning. And we'll define competencies. We're not going to talk about levels of competence today, but just go straight to the mentoring competencies. And we're going to highlight some of these: how to maintain effective communication, how to align expectations, how to assess that your mentee understands what you're saying, how to address diversity, how to foster independence in your mentee, and how to promote their professional development. To a large extent, we've covered much of this, so we'll try and keep it to 1 hour. Okay, so what are competencies? So not too much grammar, but it's just the combination of the skills a person has, the knowledge and the attributes. And when you put them together, make the person achieve outstanding performance. So in being a mentor, the competencies that you have include the skills, the things that you can do as a mentor. You can teach, you can pass on knowledge, you can guide, and so forth. You know how to do those things. You know how to assess the person's understanding. You know how to communicate. You know how to draft manuscripts. You know how to write for grant applications and so forth. Then the knowledge that you have, the information that you carry, and your cognitive ability, and then your attributes, the things that you hold dear, values, timeliness, integrity, trust, confidentiality, those things that you hold very dear, your own personal characteristics. So remember that earlier somebody talked about, the crazy mentor, a frustrated person who wants to make it a generational matter of frustration. And then the traits that the person has, aggressive or calm, and so forth. All these things put together. The good aspects of it, though, are what will lead to outstanding performance. So we'll just skip this because we've described it. So first question that we have is, somebody is going to help us write a list. What competencies should a mentor have? A good mentor.
So who's going to be ascribed? Okay, thank you.
A good mentor should be someone that is able to allow you explore, works on your strength so that you can be best at all.
A good mentor should be able to be accessible onto a level of the mentee and listen to them to understand them better.
Maybe everybody will give us one. Just
A good mentor should have good knowledge of the have good knowledge of the area of specialization, so that you can be able to impact it on the mentee.
A good mentor should have some level of tolerance for different temperaments that he or she may come across.
A good mentor should have communication skills so that he'll be able to pass information fully.
A good mentor should be a good example to follow, show example in whatever he does.
A good mentor should be able to understand the mentee.
Good mentor should be a good listener, to be adaptive.
There is also competency in leadership.
You'll be a good leader.
Emotional intelligence.
A good member should not be judgmental and should have good networks.
A good mentor should be ICT compliant. A good mentor should be open, ready to learn, relearn, unlearn, and continue to learn. And when you learn from the mentee, you let the mentee know that I've learned this from you.
We should acknowledge.
A good mentor should be able to show empathy and also be sincere.
Thank you. A good mentor should be able to provide you with a conducive environment.
Good, be able to be truthful, to tell the mentee, to say, go ahead, you can seek for such information.
A good mentor should have empathy, be able to care about the feelings of those they are mentoring.
One that should critique constructively.
A good mentor should be able to provide oversight on the activities of the mentee.
A good mentor should be willing to provide opportunities for the mentee.
Just spoke part of what I wanted to say, that a good mentor should give opportunities and encourage the progression of the mentee.
He should also be a good manager, having a skill to manage people and things around you.
He should be skillful, have enough skills to match what is mentoring about.
A good mentor should also be patient with the mentors.
Thank you. Yes.
I would add that a good mentor should be willing to be open to feedback. And then also all of us have mentioned all the different points. We should be willing to take all these things we are saying for ourselves.
That was what I was going to mention, that I hope that we have listened to everything that we said, because we are all mentors. And if you were sort of doing some self-reflection when these suggestions and recommendations were coming up, you realize that it's not common for one person to have all these qualities. So these are desirable qualities. And that's why one of the things is that you have to be intentional. If you are going to be a mentor, you have to be intentional, to be mindful of what competencies you have, what the gaps are, and how you can improve. Not minding how your mentees behave, first of all, so that you can build yourself to become a better mentor over time. So I described to you, so recognizing your problems is one of them. So immediately that student said me that I recognize that I'm very irritated with this kind of behavior. I asked you a question, you set an exam for me. Okay, and so certainly I'll be more accommodating to IT. If I'm going to mentor that person, I already know that, okay, this is Gen Z, please back off. Be ready for technology if you're going to mentor somebody like that, and be more accommodating of it. Okay. So we talked about the objective of mentorship, just to remind us that we want to progressively empower the mentee to achieve his or her personal career objectives through a relationship of trust and confidentiality. So these competencies, these things that we've mentioned that are desirable in a mentor, the aim overall is to ensure that we empower the mentee. Anything that you're doing that diminishes your mentee is not acceptable. Anything that you're doing that is stagnating your mentee is not desirable. Whatever you're doing has to ensure that increasingly your mentee is progressing, and one of the evidence of progression is independence. So mentors sometimes they are surprised, or they are annoyed, or they are disappointed by the independence of their mentee. No. Yes, some mentees are they are forward. They want to flee the coop before it's time, and there may be a dog waiting to catch them out there. But this is what you're trying to achieve. You want your mentee to become independent. So there should be evidence of that. There should come a time when your mentee is publishing without you on the paper. That time should come. There should come a time when your mentee is networking with people that you are not the one that introduced the mentee to. That time should come. It's evidence of progression most times. There should come a time when your mentee is able to apply independently for a research grant and maybe just ask you for a letter of support. That's where you should be leading to. Your mentee is not supposed to stick to you year in, year out, and not have any independence whatsoever. So we've mentioned some of these things. She's going to bring them up for us. So can you give us a list? Let's see.
Competencies of a mentor allows the mentee to explore their strengths, accessibility, knowledge, especially in their area of specialization or expertise, tolerance, to be exemplary, understanding the mentee, adaptive and good listening, competence in leadership, emotional intelligence, non-judgmental, and have good network, ICT compliance, learn, unlearn, and relearn, commend and acknowledge, empathy and sincere, conducive environment for good, truthful, constructive criticism, oversight on mentees' activities, provide opportunities, encourage mentees' progression, good manager, offer impartial advice, provide impartial source of advice, open to feedback, recognize his or her personal problem and challenges. Fantastic.
So these are, in summary, someone has carefully crafted these 6 competencies, and we see that many of the things that we have described will fall into one or more of these competencies. So the first one is maintaining effective communication. The next is establishing expectations. The competency to assess understanding, to address diversity, to foster independence, and to promote professional development. So our first discussion. So considering these competencies, okay, which of the competencies do you rate as your strongest and why? And which do you rate as your weakest and why? So we're going to have 4 people respond to this. As a mentor. So we're all mentors, we agree with it. Yes? Annie?
Yes. I'll start from the weakness. Access understanding. I'm thinking it's a bit of a challenge for me because I've been in the university system. I have expectations of what someone should know, and it's been really dashed. So it's like I'm not able to really no, I know that people are at different stages and people don't all learn at the same time, but I also have an expectation that you should be able to or know something or come up with something. So when I don't see that. It's a bit challenging for me to like comprehend. I have to, maybe after I've been forward or criticize, no, that's not the word, I can't remember, then I'm back again.
So, sorry to cut. So how do you know if you have a mentee,
yeah,
and you ask them to do something, how do you know if they know how to do it?
I ask, and try if they do,
and they say yes.
And then if they come back with rubbish, I would know they don't know, and or at that point I'll ask, how do you do it? If they say yes, I'll ask the how.
Okay.
Then at that point I'm able to ascertain if it's what I actually want them to do or not. But most of the time, if I'm busy, I say, okay, go and do it, and then they come back with what is not expected, then I now try to put them.
Do you think that's because you don't have enough time to ascertain that they know what you're asking for?
One of it I can attribute to time, then the other I think is just the perception, which I'm trying to like know that no, it's not like that. So trying to come out of that space and give everyone allowance.
So what's your strongest of these competencies?
Maintain effective, I don't know if it's maintain effective communication or foster independence, but maybe I'll choose maintain effective communication because I'm very good at like giving feedback. I think I even overdo it, so I'm at that. That's one of my strong points. Like feedback, you will always have it, and I feel very terrible if I don't at the required time.
Fantastic. So, from her perspective, she's told us her strength and her weakness. So take note of that because we're going to be in this class with Annie till when? Till next week. So give her feedback about her perception of her competency before she leaves. Okay, all right, who's next? Yes, sir.
So from my own experience, I think the bedrock of being able to effectively be a mentor or a mentee is being able to effectively communicate. Because if you cannot communicate, you can't do any of the others. Part of what we listed, I also that being accessible as being probably I think is the strongest point. I was giving an example. I think I should be able to send an email to my mentor 2 a.m. and say, I need a reference by 7 a.m. I know the people I will send that kind of an email to, and I will get a response before the next morning. So if you have a mentor that cannot provide you a reference within the shortest possible time, because if you say, I want to apply for this is the deadline for the application, sir or ma, I need an email to support my application, and your mentor goes to you for longer than it's necessary. I think being able to effectively communicate would probably lay the foundation for you to be able to enjoy such privileges. I think looking at the aspect, what I think for what we talked about is that whether you are ICT compliant or not, you can still effectively be able to help someone out if you really want to help out. So I think that's the weakest. And I'm trying to figure out where that will fit into amongst these other 6 competencies that we've looked at.
It's diversity, isn't it?
Yes. So maybe
in different generations.
It's not as if it's more important, but addressing diversity might be probably the weakest based on my own experience.
And for many of us, so addressing diversity, we often presume that we're all the same. Yes, sir. So we'll come back to him, whether that's a reasonable expectation of your mentor. Your mentor should be.
I was about saying that he did not communicate very well. It can happen once in a while that a bunch of people like that are very chill. You should explain why you are coming to this. I remember one time I'm supposed to submit an abstract to and I think like 4 days to close it. I sent it to my mentor and he showed me, said, you know, I don't want my life like this. I plan my life. If this thing is going, I think it's going to the next day. You should have sent it earlier. And we sat down together, we spent like 5 hours. I planned for today to change it because if I'm not doing it the second time again, it's just showing that I'm not serious. So I think before we back to what we say, because I want to replace some of the things we were saying the other time about different type of mentor, oppressor, or things like that. At times, we need to take ourselves as two. What we are supposed to do as mentors. Because people always say Professor Lapa died, but we don't expect people. You know, anytime I talk somebody and I don't like, the first person that comes to my mind, am I not doing it? And a number of times I found out that when I now did something later, I said, this is what you condemn in this person. You just did it. So those are some of the areas. For me, if going by this, I want to know my area of weakness is vocal independence. Because sometimes when you do something to somebody to do and you know, I want to almost do it myself. And I don't think it's a very good way of bringing people up. We must try to show them how not doing it for. Then maybe my strength is communication. I know it's easy for me to talk than do some other things.
Communication is a two-way thing. So if you talk a lot but you don't listen a lot, you're not okay. Yes, sir. One more. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Some of the experiences I have before I get to say my weaknesses and the one that's my strength is that, and this happened like with my own mentors too. I remember when I was looking for a scholarship and I asked some of my mentors to give me references. They told me I should draft it. I know what I want them to write, and so I should just draft it. And honestly speaking, this is what I do now. If you ask me for references, I say go and draft it. And by the time it comes back, within 1 hour, you get it back, sharp. And it makes my life easy. Someone met me and said I gave him 7 references over 2 to 3 years. He applied for job, for scholarships, and anytime he knows that now I'm available, so he just comes to me and this is what we do. And so it makes it very easy. And so I could say my strength is the communication, because you can. But then, in a way, the weaknesses is, should this be actually like not giving somebody independence to, or how do I say? But again, I'm actually strengthening it by asking him to actually, yes. So
what's your weakness?
That is it.
So your strength is your weakness.
Yes.
Possible. It's possible. So we realize that many times our strength is our weakness. Our strength is our weakness. So Annie is my friend. Annie is a very effective communicator. But Annie's mentees will have to find a way of getting her to listen. They will have to be bold to interrupt her and say what it is that they intended to say. So her strength is her weakness. And it's the same for almost all of us. So me, I want my mentees to be independent. It gives me joy. But I'm also impatient when it comes to tasks. So like I was telling you, I'm one of those people who send me email at 2 a.m. and I reply you at 2:30. So when I'm on call with my residents, they say, I wanted to wait till morning to discuss the case with you. I'm like, did I tell them I was sleeping? We have called together, so the sleep of this night is one night sleep. As you are seeing the patient, he's telling me about the patient. Because I reply. But it's not a good thing. It's not. So it should not be an expectation that if I send you an email at 2 a.m., you reply by 3 a.m., before 7 a.m., you should be sleeping. So likewise, I want to foster independence in them, but that impatience means that if I give you a task and you're dilly-dallying, or it's time-bound, or it's going to cost me, or I perceive it's going to cost me something, I'll just do it myself. And then you end up being spoon-fed rather than gaining independence. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So, regarding emails left after regular work hours or weekend, I have a supervisor who tells me that once it's outside working hours, I shouldn't send email. But some of the issues I have is, when after working hard, getting an abstract done, or maybe writing a chapter or whatsoever, and you really want to just make sure that you want to show that you are working hard, you want to send it. And over time, what I do is I will send and say, I'm sorry, I'm apologizing for saying this time. This is what I do. And over time, I have used to it. So
the thing is, so there's a rule and there's the exception. The rule is that you must respect people's personal space. So actually, the politically correct approach is not to be mindful of time zone. So sometimes you can have the excuse of differences in time zone when you send people messages abroad or whatever. But if you are within the same time zone, please, as much as possible, respect the boundaries. In other words, if work closes by 4, don't send me an email after 4. And if you send, don't expect an answer before 8 a.m. the next morning. That is a general rule. It's the same reason why, sort of like on the WhatsApp platforms of the university and all that, we'll be discussing the timing of some of these messages. You're in your house resting on Saturday, somebody is sending you a message, saying there's Senate meeting on Tuesday. That message should have come on Friday during work hours. It should have waited till Monday. So now, because we have access to people on different platforms, we encroach on their personal space. And it's actually not good. So as much as you can. Now, if there's hardly ever, but if there's a reason why there's a lot of pressure, and you know that you are relying on a response from another person, please try and communicate it to the person using whatever channel you will communicate before you actually send your request. So if you're under pressure to submit a document, you knew the deadline. You would have known that deadline at least for 24 hours. So you could have told the person that, please, I'm working on this thing, I'm running late. Once I finish, please, I will send it to you. So the person knows. But if the person doesn't know, midnight emails are not okay. Yes, sir. And even when you send them, don't expect your response till the next day.
I just wanted to make a clarification. What I meant was that I know those among my mentors, and if I need an email like that, I will get a response.
I know.
Because it's not of them. In fact, there's one of my mentors, if you send an email like you said, by 1 a.m., you can get a response in minutes. There is one who, if you worked on a review of the manuscript, and you said that just this is the response to what you said I should work on, you will get a feedback before the morning. Reviewed and extensively discussed and everything. But if I need something urgent, that I can call on that person. But there are others who you probably send an email, you won't get a response in a day or two, unless you give them a call and you say, sir, I sent you an email, can you please check your email? And they will still probably deliver. So once you know, and that's why maintaining effective communication is what I think is the main strength. I know whatever I want, I know who to talk to, because I know that person will deliver on that within a short time. So I think that's the most important thing as far as I'm concerned.
Sure, I agree. And I just wanted to add that being someone that responds pretty quickly, I can tell you that the same me that responds pretty quickly sometimes gets irritated when it's taken for granted. Same person. So whereas I would typically almost immediately respond, but I also know that sometimes people can stretch their imagination. So sort of that balance will also be of help. Okay, so we've had people's strengths, weaknesses. I think we're all on the same boat regarding our strengths and what we think are weaknesses. So how do we maintain effective communication? We've talked about this, constructive feedback. I don't know if there's a component of this course that talks about communication skills. Okay, in my department, we are blessed to have a person whose proficiencies in communication skills. We actually have, I think, 3 or 4 hours undergraduate lectures on communication skills. That's been like that for almost 10 years now. So the medical students are taught communication skills, hands-on and all of that. And we are also taught, so we are corrected about how we give feedback, instead of saying, what nonsense is this that you have done? It's very difficult. So we are told in the class, all answers are correct. So you cannot tell the student that they are talking nonsense, even though you know they are talking nonsense. But you have to use the sandwich method of acknowledging, then critiquing, then acknowledging or whatever. So praise, critique, praise. So that's sandwich method. So you have to try. You have to be intentional because it doesn't come natural to us at all. Especially in medical school, you have been abused. You are an abuser. So you have to retrain yourself. Even when you are responding to, as a reviewer, for instance, to a journal article, there are ways in which you write your review. You say, who told you that this is how to do statistics? Where did you learn this kind of nonsensical statistics that you have used? That's what we almost cry. And we do the same when we're giving feedback to our mentee. So you have to be careful. And it's not that you're walking on eggshells around your mentee, but think about it that you're always trying to lift people. So even when they make mistakes, you're trying to give them feedback in a constructive way. It has to be intentional. It does not come natural to most people. So communicate effectively across diverse dimensions, age, culture, and so forth. Identify different communication styles, engage in active listening, use multiple strategies to improve communication. So it's important in that relationship to establish how do you best communicate? Do you like email? Do you like phone call? Do you like WhatsApp messages? And so forth. Me, my phone doesn't ring. My phone doesn't ring. If you know me, unless you're a stranger calling me, it's only strangers that call me actually. Better send me WhatsApp message. If you don't, you send me a WhatsApp message now, answer it now. If you call me, don't pick that call. So if you're my mentee, you should know that you want to reach me, send me a WhatsApp message, send me an SMS, send me an email. Don't call me. You may call me in the middle of something, I won't pick your call and you'll be upset. So establish how you want to communicate. Then in person, do you prefer for me to come, like that person said, you must bring it and sit with the person and they review it together. But establish those things by communicating about it. Communicating across diverse dimensions. How do you talk with, depending on your culture again. There are some people abroad, they want you to call their first name. So when we are in some international meetings, I haven't got my mentee to call my first name. It's like asking me to talk up of Sobudi Inshallah. It doesn't matter where we are. It's Prof, sir. So likewise, it amuses me when this is from Ibadan here, when Professor Owolabi sends me a message, say good afternoon, Baba. I supervise Rufus, and here, this was the same. the meeting, this was a good morning, ma. But it makes me uncomfortable. Because if the gap is not like me and Bosuguni, and the other people, I feel that they were looking at me like this old witch. Why are they calling you ma? But it is what it is. Do you understand? So you have to find a way of sort of. I went to a conference, so there was this younger lady from my institution, but we're not close at all. And so we were talking to the same person. And then the next thing I heard, I have to keep a straight face, because the next thing I heard was Njideka something. This person is a lecturer, one in my institution. I sound you. Is it not where in Madrid? They are not calling me by my first name. Maybe that was all that conversation is inside my mind. Because I understand she wouldn't do that if we were here. But it would also seem, it's very weird to people when they hear you not calling a person's first name. It's really weird. They don't understand it. So sometimes you have to switch and do what the situation requires. Okay, so learn how to communicate across diverse dimensions. Email. Notice something. If an administrator somewhere sends you an email, they will address you as Dear Dr. Dear Dr. Sadia, something. Thank you, Maria. When you are replying that email, Maria, the other her name is Maria Louise. When you are replying that email, she has actually given you the authority to call her Maria. So when you are replying, say, Dear Maria, so and so and so and so. Right? When she's kind regards, you now say, Sadia. When she's replying you again, she's at liberty to now refer to you as Dear Sadia. Because you have, in your response to her, you have indicated the name you want to be called. So we also must be mindful of email etiquette and things like that, especially when you're dealing with diverse groups, so that you just follow the culture, whatever it dictates.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What in a situation where your very senior person, who is your mentor, sends you an email
asking you and puts their first name at the bottom? Can you respond like that?
It depends on who is in the email chain.
Let me give you an example. I'm one of my mentors. We had this issue when we started communicating by email. And I would send a message and put Professor this. And the person just told me that I don't like being addressed like that, and I don't want you to. So I kept making the mistake of still sending email like that. So there was one email the person sent to me and said that it seems as if you are very difficult to correct. And so I got the message. So I had to look for another, a much more comfortable way, because I didn't. It's not possible for me to send the email and put the message what is there. So eventually I captured a means of staying between my own reality and the expectations.
So what I will tell you.
Anyway, depending on who is in the mail chain. So, for instance, when I'm writing my younger colleagues or whatever, I don't put my name, so I have the standard email thing that says my name, my notification, all that. But my sign-off, I don't write my name, I write my initials, NU. When the person is replying, typically they'll just say, Dear Prof. They don't address me as, but if there are some people in that particular email train who it will be a culture shock to, that I'm being referred to as Dear Prof, the person will just write my name. And I understand.
So, for example, yeah. So there's a mail from the DG, because I'm in NIMR as well, and it signs Tunde Salako.
And then who born me to now get
You have good upbringing. You shall not be referring to your teaching as dear to me. Dear sir. Dear sir, dear prof. So read, you have to, so that somebody said emotional intelligence, yeah? Read the room.
I want to tell you about my experience that like in the UK, this our traditional or Nigerian mentality still exists.
Yeah.
So the experience I have is that even before I got there, my supervisor was addressing me, calling me Adamu. Then after some time, she sent me an email and said, please, is Adamu your surname or first name? Then I told her it's actually my surname. So she was really apologizing profusely that now she started calling me Daladi. Then she said I should call her first name. Sorry, I will not mention her name. So I went like that. But then the senior supervisor was a professor of family medicine. And she told me that I should call him Professor so, not just his first name. Because according to her, what she told me is that he is a medical doctor like me and is a senior in the profession. She is not a medical doctor, but she is into public health. So that I should be calling him Professor so. Meanwhile, all my colleagues, junior colleagues and senior call him with his first name, but for me, I will have to add Prof.
That's fine.
Yes, so and that was until today. This is what I do.
That's fine. So you can say Prof. Samantha. It also, you're conveying the same thing of showing respect. And we cannot, there's value in our culture of respect. There's value in it. It's the way we are. We show respect to people by how we address them, and we show it by using appellations like Prof or Sir or Ma or whatever. So, but if the person shares their personal preference with you, then you adjust to the points, to the level that your mind allows. There are some people, it doesn't matter, can never call their name, like also Dennis. They now say, I should call him Mustafa. How? I cannot call him Mustafa. It does not matter where we are. I can say Prof G, I can say Prof Dennis, I can say Prof, I can say MAD, but I can never call his first name. Even Prof Samira is recently I started calling her first name. Let me tell the truth. There's another professor in my department. I've never called his first name. They are as close as this. I became a professor before him, but he has always been my senior. Never called his first name. Never. I abbreviate his name, his surname, but I've never called him by his first name. So it's something intrinsic. It's like you can't easily let it go. But gradually you'll be finding ways of accommodating development. Okay, so this is just a simple case giving constructive criticism. So I'll read it out. Or who is the first reader? Yeah, okay, that.
Dr. Tayo is a research scholar who is helping her mentor prepare an NIH grant application. Dr. Tayo is a productive researcher with generally good writing skills, leading her mentor to rely upon her to help substantially with the preparation of this grant proposal. Unfortunately, Dr. Tayo's first draft of her section of the proposal is not of the quality expected by her mentor. While the ideas are good, the elements of the research approach are flawed and the writing style is poor. From previous experience, the mentor is aware that Dr. Tayo does not respond well to negative feedback. She becomes quiet and withdrawn and loses self-confidence. In the past, this response has even negatively impacted her work in the lab as she starts to doubt her ability to be a successful researcher. Moreover, the mentor is coming up against a deadline for submission. The mentor is unsure how to manage this situation so that a well-written, on-time draft proposal is achieved. Dr. Tayo's productivity is preserved, and she has a productive learning experience in timely and effective grant relations.
Okay, so that's the scenario. mentee did not perform to expectation. Mentor is mindful of mentee's personality, but also there's time-bound. The question is, thinking about that scenario, how can you communicate constructively with the mentee whose progress is disappointing? So who wants to role play as if you are that mentor? Yes, sir. So you are the mentor and she is Dr. Tayo.
Okay.
Speak Dr. Tayo.
Okay. Dr. Tayo, I understand that, of course, you have tried your best, but as a matter of fact, the quality of what you did is actually not perfect. So I would like to encourage you that you need to at least do better. And these are areas where I expect you to work on, the literature review aspect, the aspect of the research statement is poorly done. So I will want to direct you to this link, to look at those links, check the materials, read more on those areas, and improve on this. So, and of course, I understand that this might hurt you. So I wouldn't want you to feel bad about this. This is just a constructive
I'm loving even the tone of the voice. It's enough to calm down. It's enough to calm down. Even the tone of the voice. I love you, yes. You have something to say.
Yes, I have my experience.
From my experience, something like this happened to me before. I was given some tasks to accomplish, and what happened was that I did this visual of the time zone of when I was supposed. We were actually preparing for an online conference, and my mentor actually asked me to prepare a presentation, even monitor that presentation, corrected everything, and I was ready. I was good to go. But the day before, I took it, but I didn't communicate that. So I was thinking I could still do it, and I sent a copy of the presentation to my mentor. But I didn't know the time zone was actually different. So I was preparing for the presentation to come up to join the Zoom meeting when it had already ended. And because I was a little bit under the weather, I didn't check my email that I'd gotten communications to remind me that it's about to start up. So I seriously dropped the ball. And what my mentor did was that I never got any scolding about it. My mentor just covered up for me and did the presentation, and did not even ask about it. I was the one that was now asking about it, and now said, what happened? Because there was always something happened. So I was going to explain myself and so what happened. That you should have told me that, and I apologized profusely. And it was as if nothing terrible ever happened. So I knew in my mind that if it were to be some other persons, I would probably have received a lashing for that. Because it was as if I prepared you for something and you dropped the ball. That would have been a very big crime. So at the end of the day, I felt much more confident, and I felt much more, in a way, loyal to the person for the next other things tasks that I was given. Even though I dropped the ball several times after that, I will always still get this response that whatever the opportunities I'm giving you, I can also step in and do it myself. That is about you. And if you are not doing it, I won't force you. I won't force you at all. And that will that really helped me to build my own confidence and actually know when I need to step up my game to be able to meet up with that of my mentor.
Okay, I say Dr. B, let me say Dr. B. Dr. B, I commend you for a wonderful work you have done. Even by taking your time to do this assignment. But looking at the nature of the nature of this work, the very competitive work that a lot of people, a lot of competitors are coming up with their work, I would suggest that if you can touch this area and that area, so that our work will come up to the standard that we'll be sure that definitely we're able to get the proposal, get the grant. So we're trying to, commend the person for work well done, but at the same time trying to make the person see the extent, the nature of the assignment, so that we're able to touch certain areas to be able to meet up the expectation. So in order not to dampen the person, I have to commend the person first, and then point areas you want the person to just at least hide the area so that we're able to meet up with the expectation.
Fantastic. So very well done. So I mean it's very important. Again, we have to be intentional. Nobody likes being top last. Children don't like it, adults don't like it. You might say that I'm being realistic. You can be realistic in an empathetic way. Is it all the time that you're in the mood for this kind of, the world's a very nice place, you have to? It's not every time you're in the mood, but you must be intentional. You must know what you're trying to achieve and what you're trying to avoid. And if you're not if your temperament does not allow it at that point in time, you may defer the communication and come back to it at a different time. Like that one that is time bound, if you sincerely feel like you lose that opportunity, if the person is not able to work on it, you may have to work on it yourself, one, or you may have to call the person, forget your criticism for that time, point out, please let's improve these areas, point out, give the person links, let the person go and work on it, and then when you are calmer, you can then address what happens in that process. Okay, so achieving balance between positive and negative feedback, I think we've touched on that already, to use the sandwich method. We don't have to tell lies. It says you have done a wonderful work. If they have not done a wonderful work, you have to look for adjectives. You know how Oliver will be abusing you, but you know it's not quite clear. Is he insulting me or is he commenting me? I cannot quite picture it. You have to try and find some of those adjectives. But be balanced when you're doing so. So how can you communicate in a way that fosters a change in behavior? So just like he did, you're not just pointing out what the person has done wrong, but you're also giving them direction to further explore other avenues to sort of improve the work that they are doing. Okay, so we'll take this one. What are the characteristics of good communication? So we think those two communications were good, right? Yeah. The two, when he gave an example, but these two communicated. So what did we see about the characteristics of that communication?
The response from Dr. Tayo, that would have completed the communication.
Oh, okay. Dr. Tayo will come to you. Dr. Tayo may start crying.
One thing that would have also strengthened their communication was feedback from Dr. Tayo.
Sure.
They should be aware of the eliciting some form of feedback.
Sure. So yes, they commended her. So I think that both of them have presumed that they know what has happened, but they're also focusing on completing the task. That component of knowing why Dr. Tayo dropped the ball and what can then be done to avoid that or to improve on that was missing. You're right about that. So one of the characteristics of good communication is that it's bi-directional. You get feedback. What else do you like about their communication?
Their tone
The tone of voice was very calming.
It wasn't real.
Huh?
It wasn't real, so
Yeah,
one would understand that.
What is this?
But that she speaks calmly.
Naturally.
So it was real.
Yes.
Okay, so the tone of voice matters. It conveys, so when you say what is empathy, that tone of voice conveys somebody that is empathetic. Okay, without him saying it that I'm empathetic. So we talk about verbal and non-verbal communication. That's why I pointed him to the fact that, okay, see Dr. Tayo here. Even just facing her, making eye contact, the non-verbal aspect. You'll be talking to somebody happy and you'll be shaking your leg. Person knows that you're about to explode. Okay. So, yes, what else did you like about their communication? Was precise. It addressed the problem.
Yes, commending him before starting to contact.
Absolutely. So facing as parents or whatever, as people who look after younger people, we often make some mistake of leaving the matter at hand and going to say, that's how last week. That's how 2 years ago you broke the glass cup. Even 3 years ago you left the tap with all the things that the person has ever done in their life. You bring it to that matter instead of just focusing on that which is relevant. Okay. So is a lack of response feedback. So if he finishes talking to Dr. Tayo and he asks her, let's say he tried to elicit feedback, what if she just kept quiet?
It's a feedback.
But what is it saying?
I think it's conveying exactly what he felt, how bad she would feel. You know, before the first note said, Dr. Tayo cannot handle such situations. So you may want to, because of that, you may want to leave her and then talk about it another where she's more prepared to respond to you.
So first of all, her lack of response, it's feedback. But what exactly it is saying, you can't presume. It may be saying that she's very sorry, but she can't, too emotional, she cannot talk about it now. That's one possibility. She may also be saying that, look at you, you don't even know what I'm going through. You're just talking your own about grants. There's no money at home, no food in the fridge. Sugar is too fees have not been paid. Now the husband does not have any money. And these people are talking about grants. Are you going to give me out of the grant? So you don't know. But it is feedback. But you then have to try and sort of communicate with the person more and try and find out if and when they'll be willing to discuss the matter further. Okay. Would a difference in gender affect communication in this case? If it was woman to woman. Why though? Why? The general consensus is woman to woman is fire for fire.
Yes.
So you want to do what?
I kind maybe we assume because she's a multitasker, she can accommodate everything, so she assumes Dr. Tayo should be able to multitask easily. I think women have that kind of trait.
To agree. Let's hear her. Go ahead. Have a hand up to.
If the mentor is older, probably
The mentor does not have children that are younger again, and the mentee, she's much younger, with lots of other family tasks. You'll be like, this woman, you were once in my shoe, why are you talking like this? Yes, another woman. We're being sexist, yes. Yeah, we'll hear from you.
Okay, so personal experience. I've done my residency. There was a time I couldn't meet up with an assignment, and then once my prof knew what happened, my child was in SCBU, was in chair, sorry, not SCBU. And then after that, when I came back, she told me straight, if you know you cannot cope with residency and children, when I had my twins, I took time off. Blah, 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 blah. She just went on and on and on. And I felt really bad because you should help me do this. I don't expect. So it's a woman thing. Because we believe that as a woman, you have the strength to do, does not mean another woman has the same strength like you. That's all we should know.
Very true. Sorry, we'll come to the men. Let us hear.
For me, I think that women naturally, they are more like what we say that opposite yes, attract, while like dance repel. So most times I have seen it that the female gender works more better with the male than the females.
This is an experience from my friend. What happened to her was her mentor. She was having the mentee was having a personal issue, and she went to the mentor and asked for an advice. The mentor herself just had to take time off. Your personal life, your family life is more important. They are the ones that will see men with you throughout your life. You can finish your career and retire home, but it's your family that matters most. So she really looked at it from the female side of the things that are demanded of a married woman, advised her to do that. So I believe some women are very good mentors too.
Let's give the men a chance.
Thank you. I think the communication based on gender also has to do with the experience of the gender. But I'm talking about male to female. It's not always like smooth. When I was still a medical officer, the person making our roster was a bachelor. He doesn't care. 2 weeks postpartum, if your leave is over, you come. You take call with this Lagos traffic like that. He didn't care. No matter how much you try to explain. And quite a number of us were having babies then. Fast forward, now got married, the wife had difficult pregnancy, difficult delivery. Since from that time, we tell the women, no, we just not take weekend calls. They should go and take care of their family. So I think this experience now made me more empathic. But before then, it was very tough for us.
Yes, ma'am. I want to say there's a little bit of culture into it too. In our saying that a man can correct a woman, but when they become woman, a woman like him. So if he's a man, if he's a man that is saying this or that, so you see that's a natural thing. I remember sometimes I was doing something for my big sister, I would call her, to carry on my head or something, and my parents then, who is now my wife, after marriage, they were now telling me that it wasn't comfortable that somebody that would be my head, that was carrying something on his head, and that was, this person is my sister now, so you understand. So we have this culture too, that it is the man can always say you have done this wrong or right or something. The woman who has said that I'm under or something. So that can also influence the relationship.
So, tell us something. When the mic is going there, remember that sometimes the mentor is a woman, the mentee is a man.
That's even worse.
Okay, thank you. So, unfortunately, in my own case, there was something that happened when we were medical students, and like to preempt a situation. So, our lecturer, the professor of physiology, was giving us an example about like how genders behave, how hormones actually affect the way men and women behave. And so he gave us an example of how he was telling us as students, males, we could stay in the same room in a hostel, share the same bed, wear almost at times the same clothes, eat together, and share like toilet stops. And he said that for the girls, sometimes it's not like that. You will see that they don't share buckets. Again, something like that. And he said that could be related to maybe the female hormone or maybe some hormone.
Be your brother's keeper.
So, fast forward, I don't call him a mentor, but he's my teacher. But he's also my mentor. During my residency in UCH Ibadan, something happened. A general from Lagos here, one of the military hospitals, sent a patient to us, we treated, and then I wrote a letter back to him. Unfortunately, I didn't write it well. So this my prof called me and he was really mad at me. So the Bible came. Now the most interesting thing is this. 2 days later my son from the north to come and see how far. And he called me. And by the time I got there I was shaking. But you know what happened? This guy said all the good things about me to my senior. And from then I learned something. When I qualified as a consultant, then a medical officer who is a female wrote a letter, a comment to me. It was poverty. Honestly, when I got there, I was free. But then immediately I remembered what that my Oga did to me. And that was applied to the example of my colleague. I just calmed down and I called her and said, "Are you so?" Yes. Then I now took my time to carry me talk to her calmly, and behold, now she's doing the organization. Now she's a professor.
Okay, so yes, she has a point to make. I just want to share my own experience of mentor and anything that women, myself and my mentor, one of my mentors. And there was a time I was trying to conclude a thesis, and my mentor observed the way I've been writing for some period. She just told me, I was once in this your level. You can't write this while the children are all around you. And she told me her personal experience that what she did was she took 2 weeks off from home, get an hotel, and she was then doing nothing than the thesis. And by the time she was able to come out of that hotel, she had a very good one. And I did the same thing and achieved the same thing. So some women to, woman to woman relationship, mentor, mentee, sometimes also can be very great because they share from their experiences.
So we just have to try and continue to maintain that balance and just be mindful of the dynamics, the differences that the gender how it may influence relationships, responses. We don't generalize, but we know that there are some common things, across board. My mentor, I described my mentor before. When she had that opportunity to go for the fellowship abroad, her child was 1. But I shared my own experience with her that when I went for my first year abroad, the situation was different, but my child was 2. But I took the child with me. But I know how that affected my productivity during that period. And then secondly, when I had a second fellowship opportunity to go for a year, I only did 6 months. I also know that I should have done 1 full year. So I encouraged her. I said, you will go without that child. That child will be here when you come back. Nothing will happen to that child. People will look after that child. Go and spend your entire year and do what you're supposed to do. And that's what she did. So you can also use
situations that didn't work out so well for you to sort of advise or guide your gender, to help them move forward. But we just keep learning. Okay, so communication, we talked about how we best communicate, and we just need to keep trying to improve our communication. So the second is aligning expectations. When you're a mentor, you need to effectively establish mutually beneficial expectations. And this is where having formally written expectations are important. You can first of all discuss them informally and then write them down. Encourage your mentee to write down their goals, their aspirations, where they want to be in the short term, medium term, long term, and so on. And then help them in discussing how can you achieve ABC. The person says, okay, I want to be a professor in the next 6 years. And you already know what is required to become a professor, what you need to do to become a real professor, credible professor. Then you can guide them in terms of how they can achieve that based on your experience. And clearly communicate these expectations for the mentoring relationship. So that it's not just a casual friendship. Every day you come and meet the person, they send you to the market. If they want to go to the market, you go and help them buy tomato in the market. It happens.
Yes.
Or they need help somewhere, you go and help them. And that's all the relationship is about. You have to align your expectations also. The mentor has expectations. There are certain things that he wants you to help with, or she wants you to help with. There's also things that you want to achieve. So you want to try and ensure that these expectations are matched. And then consider how personal and professional differences may impact you. So I remember somebody mentioned that your mentor may not be in your field. Okay, so there's a limit to how the person will guide you specifically. The person may not know networks within your own field, but the person will at least explain to you the importance of such networks and guide you to how you can build such networks. So you have to consider all those things when you're aligning expectations. So this is the story of Dr. Bento. Dr. Bento is beginning the second year of his appointment as a multidisciplinary clinic research scholar. He's enjoyed working on his mentor's research project, but is becoming anxious that he has not yet started an independent research project. Every time Ben tries to bring up his concern with his mentor, it seems his mentor never has enough time to have a discussion focused on Ben's research goals. This situation is becoming frustrating as he likes his mentor and understands that the past few months have been extremely busy for his mentor due to a host of factors. Being a politically astute assistant professor, that is a senior lecturer, I think, Ben is reluctant to make a misstep with his well-established senior mentor, yet he knows the clock is ticking. Ben is also concerned that his recent interests in cell signaling mechanisms are too divergent from his mentor's translational research program, and Ben wants to stop feeling stuck. So, imagine that you are Ben. Who's going to be Ben? The person who had a tormentor will be Ben. Over here. So that's Ben. And who wants to be Ben's? So Ben is the mentee. Yes, he's Ben. Who is the mentor? How? You want to be his mentor? No. Okay, the lady in front of you is your mentor. Or your tormentor. So then the question is, let's take one of them. So you have this expectation that you want to start your independent research career. And your mentors, she's busy, her own direction is different from yours. You feel like you're stuck and you're not making progress. So you're now the mentee. We are reversing it. So how will you communicate with her? What your expectations are for your career? What is that?
Having some
the work. So I don't know what time. I don't know what time that.
It's usually the voice you use when you're talking to your mentor.
I'm having some challenges part of the work. So I don't know how I can go about it. How you can actually help me with the objective aspect, how I can go forward with some of those things that I discussed with you the last time that we met.
I'm glad you are able to come out with your challenges, and with this we can work together to see how we can resolve them. I think the first thing is for you to write out what you have in mind to do. If I'm not that competent in it, I will look for colleagues that can do your help. So the first thing is for you to let me know what you have in mind to do.
Challenges are in the area of data statistical tools that we use. I actually spoke to a statistician, and the person was telling me that these tools are not what you design when you are doing the objectives work together.
Okay, I don't know if your statistician will be available so that we can have this discussion together. And if I don't see that competence, I can as well call my statistician to come into this.
I really appreciate your input. Thank you so much. And I regards to your family.
You don't hesitate to tell me other challenges.
So how I wish that somebody was that please take the mic now. How I wish that this was how you real life.
So I want to ask as a mentor. Let's start.
So this time around, tell him that you want to take a different direction in your research, different from what is going on in his own lab or whatever. I said I wish you could come behave in real life. This is how we talk to people.
Okay. Well, I actually consider myself very privileged to have been under your guidance. I have learned. You've exposed me to so many other things, and I begin to think I should explore components of those things that we probably not focus on, and thinking of going in that direction to explore other aspects that you expose me to what probably have not been able to in detail.
Thank you very much, Benjo. What I will agree with you that it is good to explore new areas. But before you think of new area, you should have mastered the one that we have been working on in the last 10 years. You notice that many of the things that you bring to me, I end up being the one doing it all over again. Even this one that we have been working on in the last 10 years, you have not mastered it. So you want to go to another area, you will be waiting for you. By now, I should not be reading what you are doing. You know, you still remember that the last one you did up, I spent 2 days to correct it. So if I want to advise that you still, at least you still need some, before you will go to another area that you are not even sure of, this one that you are doing, master it. And you are thinking, okay, because there's money in that place. If you do this one, there's money in there. Because you are thinking that this is the only thing you buy and want to do. You don't run after money. Money will run after you.
Fantastic. You have it in mind when you write. There's no way about that, but this is very low. This is what some people have to go through. Yes, take it.
I actually want to share the experiences of some of my girls because it's similar to what we are discussing about Dr. Betu. I have a colleague who is a friend, and by the time she was going to pick a topic for her to work, her mentor would like her to pick up a topic similar to his, where he's already working, that's in bacteriology. And she did a preliminary studies and found out that it's not likely for her to get anything in that field. And originally, she really wants parasitology. So she deviated and she works on parasitology, parasite and things like that. But right from there, the struggle started. Up till now, it's close to 10 years now. In the same department, we have issues. And so I really don't know what, every time she's talking about it, when she sends messages to the mentor, he will not reply, and he still wants feedback. He's a big guy in bacteriology, but it's giving her tough time just because she took another line apart from his. And the second is a mind-blowing department. He passed the national part 1 exams for National College and currently passed part 1 for West African College. Our senior boss is a big guy in West Africa, not national. And he said he was going to pay for the part 1 exam so that he could take it again. But this guy said he's not going back. He already has part 1. He will follow the national pathway. And right from there, another trouble. So I don't know how you can help us to resolve some of these challenges between the mentors and the mentees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Communication. Sorry, I just want to pass a comment on that. Sometimes the mentees are very arrogant. Yeah. Your approach is very, very important. If you want to prove that you are arrogant and you know it, then you're empowering the mentor to wait for you. So approach is very, very key. They say soft words mean hard hearts. So it depends on how the mentee approaches the mentor, particularly in that situation. Because if you have national and your boss is saying do West Africa, by the time you present reasons why you want to do national and West Africa, and you say it in a polite way, with soft words, they will see reason with you. That's my comment. Thank you very much. So the failure of communication, communication is very important.
I don't know, I really worked in the medical space, but I'm really wondering, shouldn't there be a difference between mentors and supervisors? Because from what I've learned, your mentors should not, if possible, be your supervisors, because there'll be that overlap of like what we are having now, someone wanting you to do what they have been doing, because you've been doing something over time and that person has already cut a niche for themselves and invariably would like you to go in that space. So this brings me to the second aspect in terms of having different mentors in different aspects. I think while we're listing the competencies of the mentor, someone said should be an authority or should have knowledge of the research area they are mentoring you in. And I know that I may not be a medical practitioner, but I may have knowledge in research and grantmanship and winning funds and something. So that's a mentor. Someone else may have skills in publications and writing, another in presentation. So I don't really know how we can balance this mentoring, supervisory stuff so that we remove the bossy aspects of it and we are really able to relate. And then the other thing is that being able to formally draw up that you're my mentor, because some people just assume that you're mentors. And you are trying to wiggle out that this person, you're not my mentor. You are at the back to do something, is bringing you. Come and do this. People should sit down. And genuinely, you're looking at it. I can't grow in this space. And then you can't wiggle out because you're there. So invariably you just find yourself doing something you may not be interested in, and then trying also to find time to do the other things you're interested in. So these things are really overlapping and challenging.
Okay, so which is one of the reasons why we're going through these issues, that a mentor is more often than not also a supervisor. Supervisors are not automatically mentors. You should get that. So there's a difference between standalone just supervise, because you don't forge that commitment and that relationship. The depth is not what is seen in the mentorship space. So maybe the division is a little artificial, but there's a reason for it. Because the person who simply supervises you doesn't have a commitment to the long-term career development. The person is supervising you for a reason, a particular research, a particular dissertation, and once that is over, that's it. So that depth of relationship is not really necessary, and that depth of commitment on both sides. So mentorship is as defined. Supervision is often part of it, and the reason really is that there is an advantage to having the expertise within that profession in your mentor, rather than having a mentor who does not have that particular professional expertise that you're seeking. You can still have a mentor who doesn't, and the other expertise the person will have and bring to the table. But if you had an ideal mentor who had the full package, then that would work. Also, that's the reason why you can have multiple mentors. So you can have another mentor who is just in your field, and you can identify where there's advantage for that mentor, and then have another mentor who's not in your field, but has other things to offer to you. Okay. So the other thing is we don't have manpower is not limitless. So we do not have the luxury many times of having one person as mentor, one person as supervisor, not here, not in most parts of the world. At least not at the level of the pyramid where we are headed. So there are fewer people at that top. So you're not likely to find multiple opportunities, which is why the model of group mentoring comes in, okay? Or having multiple mentors also comes in. Okay. So we've seen how the thing can go. So one of the things you can do to enable you to align expectations, and I think we can do this up, is to have a mentoring compact, which is actually a written document that outlines your goals and policies, expectations of the mentee, and expectations of the mentor. Okay, so this is just some examples. We'll skip this, but in your own spare time, just look up the different types of mentoring compacts and maybe amend or draft your own. Okay, so how do we assess understanding? So as a mentor, you have to be able to assess your mentee's understanding. You have to be able to identify various reasons for a lack of understanding. So sometimes the person needs additional training, and that's what it means. So sometimes you can use different strategies to enhance their understanding, like providing one-on-one tutoring, giving them opportunities for learning. One common area is in statistics. So you're working on a draft manuscript with your mentee, and you realize that you don't understand statistics at all. So asking the person to go and write the section on statistical analysis, or asking them to even run the analysis, you will not get anything. And once you realize that, then you have to sort of find out how the person can improve their skills in that space. Okay? So we talked about this earlier. How do you know if they understand? When you observe their work, you also ask for feedback. How do you communicate with a novice about something you are expert in? How do we do this?
Yes. I know that this can be quite challenging, especially that phase where we do not have maybe equipment or things to work with. So, as
why do you need equipment to communicate with the novice?
I think that being more practical helps.
Okay.
Because practicality works for me, and I see that if I'm showing you maybe pictures or all of this is better. So what I do is I look for YouTube videos and videos that are explanatory. That's what I do for my students. So I teach genetics, and genetics is very abstract. You can't see DNA, and so I look for YouTube videos that are not just explaining, but maybe something like cartoons. So those ones are just showing how the polymerases are jumping and all of those. So it's more explanatory, and after that, we sit down, we talk about it, and we go. So in that line, even when we are trying to do writing, so I looked for videos that talk about how to write scientifically, what are you looking for? And then after that, I ask what they understood from the video, and then we talk about them. And if they have wrong impressions, I say, okay, this is the direction this person is talking about. I have seen that writing also differs with how people write. So you're also learning to allow people to write the way they write and not impose the way you write on them.
Okay, so let me ask, if you are called to give a lecture, somebody says, Madam, please come to this workshop, give a lecture. What's one of the first questions you should ask? Who's the audience? Why? You want to know what level, where you want to go with this conversation. Very interesting. Because in my department, we do feedback for lectures. So especially when we started giving virtual lectures, so we have a feedback form. The students assess you after every lecture. So the department shares the feedback with the head of department, who is myself, and the lecturer only. So at the end of the time, if your scores are too low, we have a discussion about it. And one of the times we had a discussion, and the person was annoyed. I'm like, you can't be annoyed. All 30-something of them cannot be wrong. They didn't understand the word of what you said. They didn't understand. I didn't go to lie. It's an anonymous survey. They will not be mean to you. They don't have, there's time management there, there's the content and all that. So we have to explain to the person that, well, when we are doing revision, you're going to do revision. Because apparently they didn't understand. And why didn't they understand? I've had a chance of listening to the person's lectures, and they are too complicated for undergraduates. Even me, I'm struggling to understand what the person is saying. But the person doesn't see it. But at least with that feedback now, you're not watering down the lecture, but you're coming down to your audience level to communicate. So somebody wanted to say something. Were you giving somebody a mic?
You mentioned.
Oh, okay. So how can mentors balance promoting a mentee's independence while confirming understanding? So that will help us. Your mentee, you want to be sure that they are becoming independent. You want to send your mentee to go and give a lecture on your behalf, but you also want to confirm that they understand the subject matter.
I would want them to make their presentation to me first, to know if they are really going to deliver the content that is appropriate, and then I think that's all.
So mentees feel as if they are senior people, So they feel senior. When you say, okay, please, they invited me here to give a lecture, can you give it? Because you just want to expose them. But then you should not say, you present to me before you go. Yes, sir.
I think our time is better if it's part-time. Maybe at first, it will be helping you to do the training, to prepare something you have to do to present. He or she goes with you when you make the presentation. So you go from that to the first one you are going to do that are not. You follow, you sit. Maybe after doing the mock or something that you talked about, you sit in the same something, and you are there. After that, you have a little conversation. Then after some time, you can even say, prepare, go and present. I don't think I need to say, but it should follow a pattern that over time, then the level of involvement become reduced in some of those areas, then you can graduate to some other things.
So really, you're very right, because if there's been a conversation and both of you understand why you're doing, the person may not feel like you're monitoring what they are doing as much. Okay, so we're supposed to take a break, but you already did. So we'll talk about addressing diversity. So as a mentor, you have to improve your understanding of individual differences and cultures and how they influence interactions. You have to recognize the impacts that conscious and unconscious assumptions, preconceptions, biases, and prejudices bring to the relationship. And we'll be talking about, in that question, we'll be talking about diversity and gender issues and cultural differences already. And some of us, whether we like it or not, we have prejudices. You know, you could hear some of the comments, women's expectations of men, men's expectations of women, and so forth. You also need to identify concrete strategies for learning about, recognizing, and addressing issues of diversity, and engage in conversations about diversity with your mentee. This is very important. So when we talk about learning about diversity, we've had situations where, so I'm doing I have a tech fund grant that is national, and we have a collaborator in Maiduguri. And the way that we're doing it is that we're collecting samples from participants. So what my colleague in Maiduguri has had to do is, because of restrictions and so forth, they go to the home of the patient. But in doing that, he cannot go to the home of the patient, especially if it's a female patient. So they first of all have to have a conversation about who can come. We've had to take on additional research assistants to be able to do that. So, but because everybody on the team understands that all over the country there are cultures, there are barriers, there are ways that things are done, and it is what it is. You can't stay and insist that no, what do you mean? You can send anybody you like, your research will not continue. So likewise, you must learn about people's cultures. You must learn about what makes people similar or different. Because whether you like it or not, it will affect the relationship that you are trying to forge. And you must engage in those conversations. I remember when a colleague at the back said that his mentee comes to his house. I was glad to hear shortly after that it was a no mentee coming to his house. Because I know that he lives in the north. I don't think that in the north, people will be clapping for you when your female mentee is coming to your house. Madam, shall not be very nice. I don't think. Okay? So something that somebody else will not give a second thought to. You have to think about it clearly when you are making such requests or setting up. So one of the things, for instance, is that in general, so let me use my department now. In my departmental office at NIMR, I have 2 Muslims and 1 Christian in the departmental office. So if I'm looking for somebody to do an assignment on Friday, and I say, Mrs. Uzama, please, this document has to leave this office by 1 p.m. Mrs. Uzama is not going to tell me no. Mrs. Uzama is not going to leave the office by 1 p.m. So if I have not taken time to understand that during that time, on a Friday, is Mrs. S that I can send an errand, I cannot ask her to do something because I know where she will be, and yet I insist. So likewise, if you're in a team, if you understood the diversity, if your colleague is Seventh-day Adventist, then you insist that it's on Saturday, we'll be doing our research meeting. Mentor-mentee meeting is on Saturday. Why? You haven't bothered to find out what the person does at the okay? So, I know about some colleagues who their husbands don't want them to take home. So the senior resident, they've made some type of arrangement. Don't ask too many questions. They know how they're covering themselves. It's not all the time, but they know that they cannot sleep outside the house. How they are doing it, I don't know. I'm not going to ask questions, but if they get to trouble, we will cross that bridge when it comes. But some of these things are real. And the only way that that woman is able to do that residency is that she has agreed that every night she will come home. So these are some of the real situations that people are faced with. That it's not because they are lazy, it's not because they are not willing to work, but it's just an aspect of their lives that you have to take into consideration if you can to make the relationship work. So workplace diversity can be language, barrier, ethnicity, religion, experiences, nationality, perspective, job level, race, culture, skills, age, physical ability, gender, thinking styles, sexual orientation. We don't like to talk about that one, but it is a reality. It's not coming, it's here. So consider it. There are things that you will not ask somebody. Say, what is your sexual orientation? Is that part of the mentor-mentee relationship? But you have to be clearly aware of some of these things. Even language. I've gone to a departmental meeting in another department. I went to look for somebody. And I was waiting. So the person said, oh, I should sit, that they will soon finish. And it dawned on me that the entire departmental meeting was conducted in Yoruba. I speak Yoruba, so initially it didn't seem odd. So I was sitting there, I think it is after some time it dawned on me that come on, this is a departmental meeting in the University of Lagos. Why is everybody speaking in Yoruba? It didn't even occur to the head of department to do it differently at that time. So these things happen. So when language can be a barrier, it can even determine who can be somebody's mentor or who cannot be. So you need to be keenly aware of this. Should it be a barrier? I don't think so. But sometimes it is. Even for the international space, some people are not comfortable speaking English, so they can only have a mentor, that's from maybe they are Asians or they are some other language and all that. So we'll just go to one. What are some benefits and challenges of diversity in the workplace? So one benefit, one challenge. Should we all be the same? Yes, sir. Even in this room, we are different shades. Yes, sir.
So I want to give an example. I went for a job when I was a student, and the person is actually an African person. So we were discussing, then she told me of the one challenge she had at the workplace, and this relates to religion. Her colleague was having psychosocial, family, and some personal issues, and she felt like, and she's a senior, like the boss in the office. And she felt like, oh, let me help this guy. And she asked him whether, like on Sunday, he could go to a church and then go and talk to his pastor and the rest. 30 minutes later, she was called by the overall boss and then by 30 minutes she's fired from work. And what he told them is that she's disturbing him regarding religion and he is not a religious person and she's harassing him. So, and as easy as that, within 1 hour she's gone from that her job. And from there she said she stopped even working for any other person, she started working for herself. So this is one of the challenges.
This is very true.
Yes.
This is very true.
Yeah. So the issue of benefits as always is working together, working as a team. That's it. Thank you.
So different perspectives. You can see that as different as we are, as we discuss, we're learning from each other, we're seeing different perspectives. Even with age, you'll be surprised that if you are in a team with like medical students, they may not have expertise in one area, but when it comes to use of technology, they will bring a different perspective, to the table that will enhance the work that you're doing. So diversity is very good. It has its challenges, but educating ourselves about diversity is very important. So if you notice now, there's a lot of talk globally about diversity everywhere. In fact, some are genuine, some are fake, but it's okay, we're having a conversation. Some people, there was a month I received 3 requests to be on the editorial board of 3 high-impact journals. So the first one I had accepted because it was a friend of mine who was the editor. And then when I got the second one, I sent a message to my mentee. I forwarded it to her. I'm like, they're trying to use me to tick box. Because I'm black, I'm African, I'm female. I've ticked 3 boxes already. So it's like 3 in 1 package for them. When they are scoring themselves. Now, some journals like the Lancet, if they invite you to be a reviewer, one of the landing page, they will ask you to fill a survey where you're going to put your age, your gender, your sexual orientation, your ethnicity, and all that, because they have to show that their reviewers are diverse. Their editors are diverse. Even institutions now, gender balance. When you're doing anything in your department, you get scores for gender balance, having male, having female. So that conversation is very important because diversity brings a lot to the table, but it also bridges gaps of biases that are inherent in our development. So you should also foster independence. We've talked about this. And I remember we talked about going step by step to build a person. So you can start with doing the task when the mentee watches and learns. Then you do the task together, like he described. Then you do the task and I watch and I offer feedback. And then finally you do the task. So you have to be intentional and you have to just build the process as you go along. Okay, so you have to, as a mentor, know what it means for your mentee to be independent and how these elements change over the course of mentoring. So remember that when you start that relationship, your mentee is not necessarily independent, but you should be able to see like the markers of independence, such as the person expressing a wish to do things alone, expressing a wish to network with other people beyond your own network. Even expressing a need to be introduced to your network is a step, a step in the right direction, and so on and so forth. Expressing a need to chart a different course for their research, or to apply for a grant, and so on. So we must recognize these things and foster them. You should also develop the skills as a mentor to have various strategies to build your mentee's confidence, establish trust, and foster independence. So we talked about giving them opportunity to present to the team, to present to a small audience, to present at a larger conference, and so on and so forth. And that way they become more confident over time. And then you should be able to identify the benefits and challenges of fostering independence, such as JAPA, including sometimes conflicting goals of fostering independence and achieving grant-funded research objectives. So imagine that there's a call for grants, let's say TED Fund, and you want to join your mentee in the TED Fund grant, but your mentee also wants to apply for their own TED Fund grant, in which you are going to be giving them a letter of support. How are you going to address that?
What will you do? What would I do? I think it's a difficult one. I would rather,
Since I'm also very interested, I think we can have a conversation around it. And if I see from the conversation that the mentee is bent on going ahead with it, I may just let it go. Because that's one of the things one of the benefits or the downside of being a mentor.
Will you support it?
Yes, I will support it. I will support it.
Actively support the mentee.
I will, but that will be after having a conversation around it. Because I'll be clear on what exactly we're doing. For example, like even coming for this training, somebody had brought the call to me saying that, oh, we are in NIMR, and I said, oh, I'd already put in for this. Because what he was expecting me to do was to give him support. And I said, oh, I was already I put in for it myself. I said, okay, that's fine. We'll, maybe next time. That's how we.
So the mentee gave up on you. Who was the mentor?
Well, we have a relationship. Oh, we don't really call it. That's why I was saying it's not structured.
Right.
But when he has things, he can come to me to talk about it. But at the time he was talking to me, I'd already gone far with what I want, and it was more like it was something I had to do. So I didn't even have the. I couldn't not do this. It was part of something I must do to continue the line I'm in.
So do you think the person was happy having to step down?
He was, yes. We discussed it. Yes, he didn't mind because he felt we could come back and talk about it and discuss whatever I have learned here. Yes, he was happy about it.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. For the tech fund definition that we did, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know if there's any rule that says people cannot get tech fund from the same department. At times you might put in, even when you stylishly have a way of discouraging that person, put your own and did not stay true. What will be the reward? The two of you might apply and she stayed true. Even with that pride of saying I was the one that wrote something for her. And I think one of the things that we should learn as a mentor, just like you have said, is not to be in a competitive something with them. I've had cases of even people that they pray for their own biological children that they will be greater than you, and the person is annoyed. That can you be praying for my children that will be greater than you. So if you just imagine that kind of person is now a mentor. So those are some of the things. I know it might not be very easy to do, but as we grow, those are some of the things that we should learn to. Because for me, the more the merrier.
Sure. Okay, so it's a tough conversation, but always sort of balance it out. Again, we're back to what? Communication. Honesty, integrity, trust, confidentiality. Discuss these things. Okay, so a mentee that is independent can think on their own, publish on their own, secure their own funding, start their own line of research, solve problems on their own, and be confident in their own decisions. So you need to watch out for these characteristics in your mentee and be sure that over time that they are increasingly, showing these elements of independence. Okay. I think we've covered this. So benefits and challenges of fostering independence. So these are some of the benefits. You can increase capacity in your research field, authorship on joint publications, and so forth, broaden diversity. The challenges are competing demands, issues of intellectual property, whose idea was it, misalignment of expectations and goals, and so on and so forth. But overall, it's important to foster independence. Mentorship is like having a child and you want the child to grow to be stunted. You don't want that. You want the child to grow and to flourish. So you also promote professional development in your mentee. So we'll go to this. So in your mentee's career, can we have some examples of how you foster professional development? I think we've talked a bit about this. So just raise your hand, just mention one.
Supporting them for conferences.
Supporting them how? Giving them money.
Yes. You can register for them. Do the registration.
Fantastic. Yes.
Encourage them to enroll on courses that will benefit them, either online or in person.
Sharing the draft of your CV with them.
Introducing them to your networks, those that have helped you in the profession.
Some of the research works you've done so that you can look at it and look how to go about writing. That's very good. So
I have a couple of mentees who are not neurology but sort of internal medicine as well. And what you just said, we did a nationwide survey of some medicine availability, and in discussing with her, I shared that idea with her to replicate it in her field. She's replicated it and it has yielded access to from other places within her field for her. So it's helpful to share our resources, with our mentees. It will help them to grow. I have a new mentee I've just taken on, and we have won UK NIHR grant recently, and he's applying for a UK NIHR grant. So after we had a discussion about his aims and objectives, the grant application is due later on in the year. So we're still just brainstorming and sort of him working. We're not in the same field at all. So, but he asked me, he said, can he have a copy of our grant application that succeeded? I've emailed it to him. Are they going to remove my grants because he has it? The only thing is, use it confidentially, don't post it on the internet. But at least that will guide him. This was a successful grant application. Look at the different elements and be sure that your own application covers it widely enough. These are the criteria that going to assess you with. Make sure that you tick all those boxes correctly. So give them resources. Don't worry about the fact that they are shining does not remove your own shine. It cannot. Okay. So you have to give them ample opportunity. Sometimes you will spend your own money to do so. Okay, so that brings us to the end of mentoring competencies. I think that we've covered all the 6 competencies that we discussed. I think we have a fairly robust idea of what it means to be a mentor. We can then go back, think about how we are doing personally, how can we improve ourselves, how can we help our mentees even to be better mentees than they are already, and then hopefully take that conversation forward. Thank you very much. I know that the next thing you have after the break is your group work. By Professor Lassie and Professor Amira, thank you very much. We have questions, clarification. Yes, sir.
My clarification is I want you to please share with us on how do we draw the line, or what do we delineate between the mentor and the supervisor?
The difference between a mentor and a supervisor. One, the depth of the relationship. Your mentor is committed to your long-term career development. That's very important. You are trying to develop a person professionally on the long term, so that they will go from being an early career person to middle level to senior successfully. A supervisor has no such commitment. Supervision is task related. So I can supervise your thesis. I can even supervise your research projects, and that's all. So that particular task is successful. I don't have to know anything about your work-life balance. It's not even necessary. So it's very task-oriented. So that's one. In terms of the resources that you need in mentorship, it's different. So like we've seen, mentorship is holistic. So the resources that you need include the infrastructure for the person's professional development, but also life skills, psychosocial aspects of it, and all that, to ensure that everything is done properly. For supervision, you don't need that at all. It doesn't come to play. So, in the objective of mentoring, the objective of supervision, they are not the same. The objective of mentoring, if you look at it completely all round, you want to ensure that you create a conducive atmosphere to foster professional development in a person. In supervision, you just want them to succeed at a particular task. That's it. So I think the main difference there is that the end point, but also the focus. Mentorship creates a, how do you say, is it a composite professional? What's that word that we use? Consummate professionals. Supervision just allows somebody to complete their task.
Thank you so much, Ma. I have a question. It's about all things so. For example, a mentee that is extremely lazy, that have the mindset of working in ministry, maybe as a civil servant, just come to work in the morning around 9 or 10, and if I want to, you're free to go. So how can one help such a person?
Sorry, can I just say something? I think that was not so nice. Yes, because you're portraying civil servants as lazy, and that they go to work and close at 2. So you need to, please can you just okay, say what you want to say.
Sorry, not like that. You know, there are some people that work in public spaces, and they feel as if because there is no supervision in where they work, they can just stroll in and stroll out. And when they change their place of work, they still carry on with that attribute, or not necessarily tagging civil service, not like that.
So you should make it better or worse. Point taken that we don't generalize. Okay, so you're very right that there are different types of mentees that you come across. There are some people that have missed their road into academia. So let's talk about academic mentorship now in that space, or research. Some people just took up an occupation, and they have now found themselves in that occupation, and the only way is forward. I've had occasion to ask one of my other mentees whether he's actually sure that this academic career is what he wants, on more than one occasion. Because it's still early, you can still exit, and there's plan B. You can face your plan B, you will have professional fulfillment with your plan B, and you will not stress yourself or other people because you're not cut out from academic research. I've asked the person this question 2 or 3 times. And the reason is that despite all efforts to mentor the person, nothing is happening. The person is not lazy, very hardworking, but just cannot wrap his head around research and publication. So sometimes it's not laziness, sometimes it's that you have put a square peg in a round hole. And that one, well, you have to just keep trying and trying and trying as a mentor to shape the person. It will take time, to take a lot of effort. Hopefully, it will be successful. Now, when your mentee, however, is not hardworking, period. Again, if you've already accepted that this is your mentee, nobody is perfect, you will put in the effort that it takes. Again, by being intentional, giving specific guidance, giving specific tasks, requesting feedback, and just staying on the matter to see if some progress can be made. And if you get to a point where the relationship is not working, you terminate it. Yes. Yes, please.
My question is, in a situation where someone you respect so much asks you to be a mentor to someone, to ask a person, but that mentee is not pulling their weight. So how do you handle this situation? Do you just have to let go of that mentee, or you get back to that person who recommended that mentee to you to try to see how to sort out that mentee issue?
Okay, so I think you start with the mentee and try your honest best to communicate with the mentee, give it some time, allow for feedback.
And try and build a relationship with the mentee.
If you are putting your honest best effort and it's not working,
Before you terminate, have a
conversation with the person
and
explain with example, because it's not okay if you just go back and say, I gave him appointment, he did not show up. You have not tried. Because maybe the person has tried more for you than you have tried for that person. So give it some time. But have your evidence so that when you go back to say it's not working, you want to maybe talk to the person and see. Give it another chance. And if it's not working, it's not working. There's not much you can. Okay, so thank you very, very much, everyone. Thank you. I think it's lunch break. No. It's 2 o'clock. Sorry, it's the lunch break already.
All right. Actually, the lecture has been on February. The original title when I wrote it was Tips to Successful Academic and Research Career. But I was asked to give a lecture on one of my own mentors who retired 70, I think about 2 months ago or so. And the topic was achieving greatness by standing on the shoulder of mentors. I think you need it. So you know how to do that. But I'm going to come from the background of research. Because as researchers, you will make progress only if you know in which areas you need to research into. Because your research has to be relevant. Gone are the days when we used to do only prevalence of this, profile of that, and we just want to publish and move on. Now we want to make sure that it's more translational, something that may be helpful to patients or population as it is, or government in terms of policy. And if you want to do that, you must understand the problems or the challenges that we have. And one of the challenges that we have as a continent, because when you talk about Nigeria, Nigeria is a big brother in Africa. What happens in Africa
is typified by what happens in Nigeria. So if you talk about Africa, you're actually talking about Nigeria. If you talk about Nigeria, you're almost actually talking about Africa, with some little differences by regions. So you need to know what challenges we have. And they say Africa, a continent of disease. Okay? We have about 1.3 billion people in the WHO Afro region, and we are like 16% of the world's population. We have 24% of the world's disease burden. Meanwhile, what are we doing? Producing only 2% of the world's research. We want you to increase this 2%. That's why this training, all this idea of this training came out of analyzing these problems and trying to find solutions to those problems. And we believe that the solution is to look at people who are upcoming, who can then face the challenges in future and solve the problems. Again, you are familiar with all of this. This is by the Afro region, by regions of the WHO, African, American, blah, blah, blah. You can see us here. Although the world generally seems to be improving, effort probably due to the Millennium Development Goals that ended in 2015. Many countries of the world, especially Nigeria, did not reach the goal, but we were not where we were when it started. So maternal mortality was coming down to this level, 2013, for Africa. Of course, you know figures for Nigeria. It's as bad as, just that Nigeria is also worse than the African average or the regional average, if you like. Again, under 5 mortality by WHO region, you can see Africa. It's also the highest. Now, it's projected that by 2030, we are going to be having cardiovascular diseases going on by this, cancer, respiratory diseases, and diabetes. So, non-communicable disease is projected to overtake communicable diseases, or they will be at par. And that brings Africa to a challenge of job body. Because we are still quarreling and fighting communicable diseases. We have not won. Now this is coming. So what are we going to do? That's why we need people who can think about solutions in terms of research. And then we start to think. Now there's Justin Davis, who wrote in Lancet Global in 2016, asking questions, research capacity in Africa, will the sun rise again? And it chronicles what we have in Africa. He says we know that there is little research capacity within Africa. That's why we are building research capacity in this trade. There is shortage of faculty and research leaders, inadequate facilities and infrastructure. Few career opportunities for budding researchers. But there is something good that is changing. There is now a widespread acknowledgement that African researchers are best placed to ask questions that are relevant to African issues. We are the only one. We feel the pain. And so we should be able to know what should we address. Before, it's still happening to some extent. In the high-income countries will come and tell us what to do. And what we are going to be doing may not be relevant to our collective issues. That still happens. So they take our sample, our data, everything, they take it. Now, unless you have issues that are of global health security concern, they are not interested in it. That's why we find quick solution to COVID, because it's for everybody. But Lassa, no solution, because it's for you. Okay? So anytime they pretend as if they are helping us, I used to tell them, no, they are not helping us, they are helping yourself. And I've had to quarrel with some of the program people who will come and say, this is, I say, we are not a hospital, we are researchers. You want us to do hospital work for you, you pay for the people who will do the work. So it says there is a slow move away from parachuting research questions, which I just said, from high income problems to address African problems. So even if we know that we are the best to ask the question, how can this be done without the local capacity? Again, we are coming from this background to ensure that we have this capacity, to build this capacity, so that we will be able to continue to answer those questions. And to prove what the man has said, this is number of researchers per million population. And you can see that the darker it is, the higher the number of researchers per million population. You can see Africa. Everywhere is almost white. Because we don't have enough. Now, if you come to Africa, these are the countries, this is how they have Nigeria and South Africa seems to be the one with the largest number. But if you look at a million population, you see other smaller African countries are better than us. So we don't have enough, that's what we are saying. And they are still going abroad. I'm sure some people are still here. Who wants to go? Of course, there is freedom of movement or decision, not movement, because outside Nigeria, so there is no freedom. It's either that they give you visa if they think it will be useful, or they don't give you. But the point is, we need to build research capacity in Africa. And if we come home in Nigeria, because if we look at here, we can say, oh, we are doing well. But when you look at our population and the number of researchers, to be able to do work and find solutions to our problem, we don't have enough. Now, this is from where is it? Nature. Okay, a little longer, 2011. Also looking at productivity in Africa. And this is Nigeria. Although South Africa is publishing almost twice this, where is that? I think this is focused on the efforts of Nigeria in terms of the number of publications in the year, 3,050 something. And South Africa was publishing about 8,000 something around the same year. The second slide that I forgot to put here is also to show publication per million population. It's lower. This thing that looks so tall crashed. So we need to do a lot more than we are doing. Again, if you look at the target spending on R&D, I think African head of states have agreed that it's between 1 to 2%. Nobody has spent up to that. If you calculate for Nigeria, it's been 0.08 or something. Quality of scientific organization, 122 out of 137. availability of scientists and engineers. These are all to show that we have challenges and that these are the areas we should pay particular attention to. So for us in NIMR and NIMR Research Foundation, this is the reason why we have created this training. And we are looking for money everywhere to make sure that we can run this twice a year and build capacity for younger researchers so they may be able to come up with theories and solutions to many of the problems. Now, if you look at global research funding, again, it's upside down and it's been described as 10 by 90 gap. Okay? We have 90% of what preventable debt. We are getting 10% of the funding. Those who have 10% of all the preventable debt are getting 90% of all the funding. But of course, he who pays the piper pays the toll. We don't put money on research. And we are going to be competing with others with their own resources. So it's a COVID case actually showed African government that look, if you don't build your own, you will run into trouble sometimes. When people started to talk about vaccine nationality, I don't think there's anything like that. Because if you are the one that produces the vaccine, you vaccinate your people before giving it to others. Yes. So you need to talk about self before going out. I think seeing that now, they are all beginning to think of what they can do to improve science. Some people have come together, I know about Global Forum for Health Research. I started with them some time ago, stopped attending meetings, but that body is trying to do what they call reversal, 10 by 90. Don't know how they're going to be able to do that. But perhaps if we build our own capacity and we are sharper in terms of the kind of grants we can write, award winning and all of that, it may increase what we have. Now, this is an interactive map that shows about 9 or 10 funders of research in Africa. And you can easily interact with them and ask questions. You can even ask who and who have gotten grants from these people. See East Africa down to South Africa. Almost everything is gone there. That's where the money goes. Look at us here. Very rich. And when it was analyzed, it shows that we have more of collaborative efforts than direct funding. Because we cannot win grants. We cannot write competitive grants to be able to get the fund. Though, I must admit that that's not the only reason. The issue of security, issues of will they manage their money well, issues of corruptions and all of that. And then, of course, infrastructure. Because if NIH is going to give you big money, they want to know that you are going to be able to run with it properly. And the money is secure. They want to also know that you have the infrastructure that they are talking about. So many grants that should have come to Nigeria have gone to Ghana or East Africa, mostly in South Africa, Kenya, East Africa. So that area is a general problem that only government can look at. But this is just to show that yes, now we can see we are doing well when it comes to collaborative efforts, research. We have maybe 10 to 12 grants, foreign grants in NIMR, and we are running. I think we probably have like 4 of them as direct funding. The rest are working with others. Of course, you should work with others, but we are saying also take the lead. But when you take the lead, the funding comes to you, your institution will take its institutional costs, the indirect costs, which is certainly going to be much more than for any other collaborative institution. So your institution will make money from there. I can tell you that from those number of grants that we got, because my DFA came to my office this afternoon, I don't have money to pay them. I was a little bit irritated. I said, just go. Let's go for the first time. We've been here since 2016, we've been paying NEPA. On our own, there is no budget for it. So we get 10% from grant, 10% from money, change the money, and then pay NEPA. That's a plus for the institution. Assuming that we now have much more direct grants, we'll have many more grants, and let's assume that government is taking care of our electricity bill, then that money will go to other things. So you can actually make your institution stand alone from getting grants, getting big grants, for example. So this is what we have. So we now want to see if we can change this, or at least let this be almost at par with this. Again, that is the reason for this training. So, how do you find a mentor? Somebody who can guide you, somebody who has passed through the road before. He knows where the potholes are. He knows where you can sleep. That's the essence of finding a mentor. So it prevents you from sleeping or making mistakes. You don't have to go through the road that he has gone through. So your own can be faster. A good mentor plays the role of a giant. Standing on the shoulders of giants, you see beyond your immediate environment. Because he's already big, well known. And imagine you are now standing here. You even see fire than he himself. That's the essence. But I know that there are situations that even the giant is struggling with his mentee. That can happen. So you need someone like this that can pull you up to make life easy for you. You have to find that person. Walk alone, go fast, but you soon get tired. Work with people and go far, be gisting, be talking, you won't know when you have gone so far. Again, a mentor is supposed to protect the mentees from making mistakes. Most mentors may challenge the mentees to be better, be a better version of themselves. So for those of us who are doing mentoring here for you, this is the kind of quality you will expect to find in us. Or if you want to choose one tomorrow. But I also say that being a mentee, as good as it's like going to learn the roadside mechanic work. The first few months, the master will be testing you. Instead of teaching you, say, go and buy amala. Go and buy. So you see those young folks, they are always going to buy things, testing your resilience. So if you say, this is not what I come to do here, you are not ready. So after this, they are satisfied that, oh, this one is ready to serve, is ready to learn. Then they will call him and say, see, this panel is called 12. This is what you use it for. It's the same thing. It's just that it's more refined. So if you don't serve your mentor, you are likely going to be asked to come to a conference. Or you see there's this training, this go there, or let me write to my friend. Things like that. So you really have to know that you have a goal. And it's not by feeling too big. I'm not saying you should go and be buying foodstuff for them in the market. But there are little things that they want you to do around workplace, and you think that it's just using me, I'm working too much. Then you are not ready to learn. So you need help, you need support, you need advice, and you need guidance. And once you know that these are things that you need, and you focus in getting it, and you get it. So for you as a mentee, you need an effective research characteristics. An individual research skills, like grant and manuscript writing. For example, if you are going to write a grant, you must be familiar with the funder's vision. What do they want? Go to their website. What's the area of interest? Because if you don't do all of that, you just pick up your Bible and you just write, and it doesn't fall into their area of vision, they will not fund it. So it's not just about writing very good proposal. It must also be appropriate. It must be in the area of interest of those people. You need to have around you appropriate infrastructure. That's not completely in your hands. You also can lobby around to get some of these things. And when you get your own grant, or you are writing grant, look at the infrastructure that are not available and put them as part of what you need to buy. Build a lab for yourself. Your research must be relevant to national policies. Unfortunately for us, we've been trying to draw research priorities and policies for Nigeria. That's a number for how many years have you been at it? And he is the one trying to help us fast track. So we have to talk about it today. We've almost done, but these people don't know what the policy and priorities are. So if they want to do research, they just do research. But you need to be sure that whatever you are doing can solve the Nigerian problem. Not solving a problem can at least provide information that will be useful. And of course, ability to contribute to global research and policy goals. Must do more of translational research. Either translate to policy, translate to treatment, translate to prevention, drugs, whatever. To be able to do that is not just about what you are taught in the universities. What you are taught in the university is called hard skills. You learn, the teacher teaches you, your profession. But there are what they call soft skills. Nobody teaches you. These are things you find in your mentors. Look at, he's a successful person, she's a successful person. What are those special qualities? Nobody will teach you. Attitude, for example. Attitude to work, your attitude to research itself. Your personal qualities, habits, your interpersonal skills, communication, emotional intelligence, creativity, problem solving, integrity, openness, and team building. You are already learning how to build a team. That's why we form you into groups to work together. There will be somebody you don't like the way he is or the way she is. Yes, you have to work with that person. And you must get results. You need emotional intelligence to be able to deal with others. Nobody will sit you down and say, you see, if you say yes and say no, and the tempers are rising, this is what to do. We all have inbuilt capacity for all of this, and we have to try and learn them and bring them up to work. So soft skills are very useful, and that's what people who give job these days are looking for when they are interviewing you. Because all of you have come with PhDs, MDs, whatever. But they want to know who amongst you with these skills, because it's going to be better for their own organization. You need to be able to have time. People do have protected time elsewhere. The time that you don't do any other work. Maybe a day, a particular day or two, the universities. If you don't have that, you can clamor for it. Especially if you think it's lecture, go and teach this one, go and teach. That's what mentors do. Even their own lectures, they go and do it. But remember, you have to do it too. So, you then must ask for a protected time that nobody can ask you to do nothing. You can do your own work. Read new articles in your field. Okay? Write your manuscript that you've been planning. The other day, somebody had been keeping 2 or 3 manuscripts. Sit down and do it that very day. Okay? Opportunities will come your way. You must be able to say yes or no. Know when to say no and know when to say yes. No, just I want to do this. They say, come and do this. You are in it. Come and do that one. You are in it. You don't even know what you are doing. You need to be able to tell yourself, this is what I want to do. So even if they bring it, it sounds so juicy, you should be able to say, well, I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. I want to do something else. Be flexible, don't be rigid. Don't just publish. Just publish, just counting. How many? It's published 50. Okay. You publish 50 and you can't find it. I still have time to review, assess professors. If I get it, the least data base that I go is Google Scholar. Put your name there and see how many of your papers are there. At least some people will be saying it. And we have Google citation, we have everything there. So that's what tells what the impact of the work that you've been doing. And that means you must publish in index journal. Now we talk more of high impact journal. And to be able to do that, you will need to work with others. Gone are the days when you work alone. That was yesterday. Today, publish a paper 1,000 names is more revered than if you are the only one, because you don't know where to put it. You can sit down and cook it. People do it. It still happens. But it doesn't look like 1,000 people can sit down and cook. One of them will have good mind to say, no, this is wrong. Welcome criticism. This is what most of us don't want to hear. When I started publishing, I sent a paper for publication and the reviewer just turned the paper. And I was vivid. What kind of nonsense is this? I have a boss, Professor Kadri should be coming tomorrow. So I went and gave it to him. He said, look at this nonsense that I said, as I follow, read very well what this man has said. And let us see. I wish he's here so that I can corroborate it if you remember. Let's see how best we can attend to his queries. So I took it back and then went to do what the man is asking for. Send it back and publish it. So I learned my first lesson. Your peers will look at your work. They will say what they want to say. He also told me something. Even when you don't agree with the reviewer, is the examiner there. If he doesn't say yes, your paper doesn't go, do what he asks you to do and move forward. And then, of course, build collaborative relationship. So you must also look at yourself as an individual. We call it in Ibadan PDP. Sometimes they say IDP, Individual Development Plan or Personal Development Plan. You must have that every year. What my goal is here. At the end of December, how many papers should I have published? Or I want new collaborations. How many will I have put? How many manuscripts do I hope to submit? That submission, and because to publish 3, you know you may have to submit like times 3. How many conferences? You know, things like that. Write it out for yourself and make sure you follow it. Create a timeline. So at every milestone you are asking, have I met? It's you who have done it. No, nobody asked you to do it. So if you don't meet it, just ask yourself, why? What did I do wrong? What am I not doing? That's the only way. Okay, proposal attempt, grants that you wish to write. Then of course don't forget to keep your relationship with your mentor. It's very important. Again, one of them is coming tomorrow, Professor Ogunle. I wish he's here. I'm not going to be around tomorrow. That's why I came to the crash today. He is in neurology. I trained as a nephrology like my senior sister there. We are both nephrologists. But I got mentorship also from the neurologist. Professor Shola will be here tomorrow. Next. And he just walked into my office. I said, Tunde, you see, I came back from Chicago last night and we were discussing with my team. Some people wanted to work on hypertension. I've mentioned your name. Oh, don't you want for where? I want. So that's how it started. And then I started working with the people, with him. After about 2 years, the guys wrote me and did not copy him to come and do something else with them. So I went to him and said, Prof, these people wrote me and I can't find your name. They were asking, when you people, it's you they want. If he comes here tomorrow, tell me that I said so. He said it's you they want. But if they want me, they would have included me. Go ahead. And then we started writing grants. I, for the first time, traveled to. No, that wasn't the first time. The second time I traveled to the US. The University of Chicago. No, not University of Chicago, Maywood. What's the name of this university now? How did I forget? I'll remember. But it's in Maywood, close to Chicago City itself. And I was there for, they wanted me to come for 6 months. Me and Nigerian visa, like they say. You know, I'm Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't leave Nigeria. From the outset, I've told myself, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm here, whatever it is. Yeah. So I couldn't think of me going to stay in the US for 6 months. So I said, I can't come for 6 months. I can only come for 6 weeks. Yes. So I went for 6 weeks. I don't know when Tayo is coming. Is he coming? Where is he? Oh, he's left. Okay, because those are the people I went to see. I will show you their photographs. So I was there for 6 weeks. I got an office, started drinking coffee like them, and and we're writing grants. And we wrote the grants. After finishing, I left, came back to Nigeria. We submitted, we didn't win. So you have to try and try. And then later, we did another one. Now, yesterday or 2 days ago, the new VC said there's nothing like work-life balance. Okay? Different perspectives. But in research, you are advised to ensure that you try to balance. Somebody was asking her about family and research. We was creating a sort of a balance. Okay? So that, but what she was saying is that there will be no time when the two of them are at the same level. Yes. But they must be oscillating so that they don't. You must prioritize your time. Ensure that your network doesn't suffer or wherever you go, whatever you are doing. Know when you are down or when you work better so that you can use that to function. You need to know yourself. And then, of course, yes, personal time, okay? Be realistic, of course, do what you love to do. Not because A is doing this, you want to do it. B is doing this, you must know what you want to do. We don't do this, so take a break. If you go on leave now, you go and work in work so that you can make more money. Maybe because you are not well paid. But even in spite of that, try to go on holiday. Manage your time. Time for lecture, sports, religious activity. We are very religious in Nigeria. Spend time with your family. There was the day I got home at 6 p.m. My daughter came to open it. That's any problem. Like I said, no problem. I said, because you used to go home at this time. It happens. Find time to spend with the family and plan ahead. If you are becoming too busy, delegate. Give things to others to do. Don't put everything. You don't want them to see it. They don't want to know. Ask others. Again, I will mention Professor Okuri. That grant that we first got with him, he was appointed to come and be a mentor in, I think, University of Cape Town for 6 months. And he was the PI. So I said, Prof, I will need to pay those who are working, materials, this and that. I need about 250,000. Please sign that for me before you go, for the 6 months. This was maybe 20,000, 2,000 or whatever. He said, no, I'll make you the PI. He wrote to the college. He said he's been living for 6 months. And so for that, Dr. Salako is now the PI. He never came back to collect the PI from me. I ran that grant for another 3 years. And the money was involved, it's dollars. But he didn't care. What was important is that job was being done. And we were delivering accordingly. So you need to be able to do that to your people. And I can say boldly that I'm here now standing. Back in Ibadan, I have 2 grants run by Yemiraji, who was here last week, and Debo Ademola in pediatrics. Since I got here 6 years, consistently I have grants back in Ibadan. And they are the one running it. See, give me now, make sure the work is done. So anything they answer to it, they've virtually taken over. Like what happened to me, if they want to write now, they write them. They write them. They will now say, Prof, I don't know whether you saw this mail. I said, just keep doing the job and give me back whatever you want. So that's the way it is. What goes around comes around. Okay, so learn to delegate is important. And then, of course, be focused. If, for example, if you, on a daily basis, I do that now as a CEO, every day I get one. What am I doing today? My PA will look at my itinerary. I also have it on my phone. I have small paper I stick on my table. I write it down. When I've done that, gone. So I know what is left. Especially now that I'm getting older, forgetting things. Are you forgetting things, my sister? Should I tell them how old you are? So that woman is going to 65. Wow. But you think that she's 16. So that's why we are forgetting things. So now everything I just put them so I don't forget. Okay? So try to do that. You don't have to get to this age to forget before you do that. Because when your work is crowded, you can forget things. Break big tasks into smaller ones, manageable, and prioritize your goal. Next day, look at what you have done, walk through the list, and then of course cross the tasks as you are doing them. So you can know that this is a success for today. This is a success. Okay, this I have not been able to do. And you can do some carryover. I will soon get done. Now, you need multidisciplinary team research approach for you to be able to move forward. Like I said, you can't work alone any longer. It doesn't work with science. An individual may have tunnel vision. If you are the only one who is thinking about that project, look at what you have been able to do in your group. Although you argue this, you argue that, but then you come to a very strong conclusion on whatever the source of discussion is. It's better for many people. Two good heads, they say, are better than one. Right? Each member brings different skills. If you are writing grants, somebody, I reviewed the paper for CBN, somebody wanted to do clinical trials. Everyone there was pharmacy, nurse. There's no physician. You can't pass. Because there are physicians that are required when it comes to patient issues. So you need to work with people. You cannot say it's my idea and I'm the only one. It's going to fail. Combine the collective expertise and build synergy. And then, of course, it increases the chance of original research. This is what happens when you have too many people touching the elephant in different places. Somebody thinks it's a mountain. Somebody thinks it's a pole. The other thinks it's no. That's how it works when you are forming a team. So when you think that you are the most cerebral, you think this is the elephant, and somebody says, it's a spear. It's not an elephant. Don't get annoyed. It's the perspective through which it's coming. You don't need to explain, okay, why it is not that. And then they get it, so, oh, sorry, I really didn't see this before. That's the way it works. If you don't do that, you will quarrel and fight. When you work together, you are able to think outside the box. Otherwise, you get fixed to your own professional area, and you are caught up in the box, and you can't go out. If you want to work in a team, get a memorandum of understanding. It is a kind of a little paralegal framework to guide the association. Now, if you want to work with other people outside, I think now we start with what they call teaming agreement. let's agree that we are going to form a team. We want to work together. A teaming agreement. You can have a teaming agreement. Now, beyond that, they also talk about intellectual property, because if I'm the one going to give what I have to share with you, you have to show me that you are not going to steal it or share it with others. So again, you also sign what they call confidentiality agreement. So you know where research is now. It's not like it's my friend. You think I will steal your idea? If you know you won't steal it, sign it. Abi? You cannot be saying because we are friends. No. Sign it. Let him feel comfortable that you are going to keep within. And of course, even when you are talking about publication, you might start to think of who is going to be first author. Okay, this is the rule. If you bring this idea and we can use this data to write it, you be the first author. You can come up with so that there is no argument like, why did you put me in fourth place? Or why did you put me in the... When you are younger, we look at first author. When you are older, look at last author. So if you find my name in one paper now, first author, it's useless. So they won't count it for me. Because at this stage, I'm supposed to be mentoring people. It's my people that should be writing. So I'm looking at them, mentoring them and showing them. That's what tells others that I'm now trying to replace myself. Challenges, plenty. Often individual, lack of trust in a team can happen. Limited collaboration or weak research policies and coordination. For Nigeria, we can say we are suffering from this. Lack of openness, especially when it's going to result into innovation and discoveries. Now it's like, so if they want to say it now or announce it, who would they say did it? Is it we or me? So you then start to maneuver. That also happens. But once you have signed all those things that we said, you can define these things. Then you must talk to each other. Communication. If you don't talk to each other, you allow grapevine to try. Or if you lead an institution and you are not talking to the people working with you, especially the union, they will say, they've sent in more money from Abuja, the DG doesn't want to pay us. But if you tell them everything, nobody will come up with a grapevine story. So you must communicate. Okay? And don't be selfish. I think that should be the last slide when I show you who have been my own giants. If you know them, you don't know them. This is Professor Bule. That's the one that led grant for me. And this is Professor Kadri. That's my one that taught me metrology and taught me how to write. I remember when I was writing my part 2, I was complaining that it's too costly. So I said, Prof, this is, I said, why are you talking like that? This is going to feed you and your family for the rest of your life. I'm sure you would have forgotten. So I said, it's true. So even if I spend the whole of the money that I have in my pocket now, it's worth it. So I stopped going to him to complain. I went to look for money. And he's feeding me now. So these are some of the things that mentors do that you considered not wanted. But because they've gone through that place before, I'll tell you. And then the big man here, many of you will know, Oladipo Akekugbe, there's been many things in Nigeria. Late now. But when I got to UCH for my training, I started with Prof. I spent 3 months in neurology. I went to nephrology. And I was working with him. He was doing a study with the WHO at the time. And I happened to be the one that did the study with Professor Kari and Co. We go to churches, recruit 60-year-old people, bleed them. When everybody has gone at 7 p.m., I will go to the lab, spin the thing, follow the protocol, separate to this and this. I don't know. Sometimes I say, did I actually do those things? Did all those things for God knows how many months. Finish, bought dry ice, send the sample to Uzumo in Japan, to those who are the PIs at the time. So I learned very early population studies, community, all those community engagement that we're going to talk about. Yet he taught this person and this person. Of course, many of the people here he taught. And I also met Richard Cooper through him and through Professor Obuni. As a student, as a resident, when I was working for Prof, Richard Cooper came to Nigeria, talk about one application study that Professor Kabi was anchoring. Again, I was there, filling form and entering the thing overnight. Then that study got finished. It was several years after that Professor Obuni came back and said, this fellow, I've mentioned your name, this and that. So when eventually I met him, I told him the story. I know, but we have met before. And I said, oh, okay. And we started like that. I then got through to, where is Tayo? Is he coming? Yes, sir. So this person is coming. I'm sure if he's here, he will laugh and say, oh, how can you say you are my mentee? But this is his boss. So when I went to the US, he was the one carrying me about, taking me for lunch, and every Friday when I go to mosque, I have my wife's sister lives in Chicago. So he takes me from Beirut to Chicago. They come to take me. So every Friday I can have my hand on swallow. That's why I can, if I travel outside Nigeria, 2 weeks maximum. When it is the 3rd week and I can't find, I'm feeling like coming home. So he was one who was telling me and teaching me a lot of the things, because I was just a nephrologist. I didn't all these genomics and whatever. I don't know a word about it. And yet we were writing a grant on Apple L1. I think my sister was part of the study later on. Yes. So we had like 3 grants, have we? We are still running it now.
Yeah, we're still running.
Yes. 3 grants following one after the other. And we are still running it. Then Professor there was also my teacher, Professor Kandla. And Professor Walker was the one who paid for my part 2 this thing. After I was complaining to everybody, he paid. He was mentored by my uncle. There was a Professor L.A. Salako, who is a pharmacology, who incidentally was a DG here before he retired. He was Director General here, and he mentored this person. So he said, no, why would I not mentor you? Your uncle mentored me. So, and he helped me to look for jobs, even in UI there, before he finally went to the WHO. And through Tayo and Cooper, I met Lolu Ojo. Lolu is, I call him the boss. He has the mastery of putting very good plans together. And we all learn from him. He's the leader of our team in the US. We were in Accra one day and we were testing one of our personnel. So he sat and I was asking him questions. How old are you? This and that. We've been working for 2 years. Then he said, I said, your term, said of that. Then he said, Awori. I said, you are from what? He lives in the US. I said, you are from what? I'm from what now? I said, I didn't think about his Salako. That's good. I said, there is one Salako who was my school mother in secondary school. He mentioned the name. It was my direct sister.
Wow.
That's how we got closer. So for 3 years, and the first grant went to Ghana. He said, you know, today if I had known this grant would have pushed it to Nigeria. And while working with West African College of Education, I met Simon. This guy is amazing. Simon. I had thought that I would bring him here. Soft-spoken, very influential. We became friends. At one day I told him, Simon, can you write me an invitation letter for my kids? I want them to have... He did not write it himself. He called the registrar of Imperial College. He writes... and they wrote it for me. And he got the business. So there are a lot of things you can benefit when you have people who are... And this man's story, shortly, is that we went for West African College of Physicians. We had one grant, 3 years to run training. And I was supposed to be national convener for Nigeria. So I went with one other guy, and to somebody from Ghana, Sierra Leone, one other, 4 of us. So they said one day they distributed us, and myself and Obina Olerime. I don't know whether you know. The 2 of us went to sign. And he said, you guys, you know what we are going to do? We are going to write an article. We had 3 days. It was the Ebola time, the Ebola issue. If you Google about Ebola and West Africa, you will see that article that we wrote. In 3 days, we didn't sleep. He said, you have to go and write it. We wrote 2 days, we put everything together, we looked at it, we published that paper from him. And since then, so many things that we have done together. He's a nice guy. You have a lot of people like that. These are people that, there are many more people, but those who are closer and have made significant impact. I think I'm talking to you. So the last is to say that we know that we have issues in Africa. But we also know that we have people who can solve the problem out. Mentors, leaders of thought, and change the narrative. You find them out, link yourself with them, so that as future researchers, you should learn to identify your giants and be ready to be. Thank you very much.
So now, I guess we have so many people with questions or comments, or we are not too good to ask questions. Please go first.
Thank you, Paul. I think it was going to be important. I'm not going to wait now. I'm not looking at the people, at least I have contact with 1 or 2 people there who were probably were together in Ghana last week. Professor Oguni were together. Professor Waka. Yes. He said it's coming
a guy we like to
fantastic. Professor Waka too. Personally, in fact, he encouraged me to go back to this age. I was in Bangkok for a while. He was like, no, go back to this age. The place that is fun, we preach you. So, and Professor they had something together too. So, I can see, I think just a comment that you have mentors in your area of specialization and also in other fields. Doing one thing like the other. Well done, sir. I can only pray for later heights.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, let's speak. Thank you very much, sir, for I think the topic is very hard, especially to when someone is standing on another person's shoulder, no matter how short that person is, that person will be greater than the other person. So thank you very much, Alonso, for opening our door to this other area and emphasizing a lot of things that we have learned in the last 3 days. My whole comment is not directly related to the conversation we have had with us this afternoon. I think on Friday we have the privilege of going through NIMR facilities, the lab, and I think for many of us the response was what? Wow. One, many of us do not know that there are still government agencies in Nigeria that work as NIMR is working. Then many of the lab, what's it called, facilities and equipment, and the researches that can be carried out, lab something that carried out in NIMR, we are not aware that they exist in Nigeria. I remember I was telling someone that when my wife was doing PhD, they had to send a sample to South Africa, and I got to know that it's even interns doing those things in NIMR. And she used an opportunity of staying with the people that did that because she couldn't go to South Africa. So that at least she can use that period to learn about how to do those things. If they have what is it called? Equipment like that in our own facility where she practices. So I want to make a strong appeal to the team that the academic world need to know more about some of these things NIMR is doing and that NIMR can do. And that will be a great contribution to many people. I remember I had to call my friend that you have been talking to me that you need to do one test. Saying you were discussing with somebody for 1 year, you couldn't finish your PhD. What's the name of that test so that we have them now? Somewhere in Lagos, they are doing a lot of things. And he told me that I got the result last week. So if the DG can help us to, if it's driving seriously social media presence to get some of the things that NIMR is doing, I think it will do the nation. Thank you very much for all that you are going to contribute to research and to contribute to healthcare. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. What I have is a testimony. Like what Prof showed that if I've ever seen further is because I stood on the shoulders of giants. I want to tell this house, who's ever like was supported by Prof. Actually, Prof might forget that the first complication of CA and environment changes with Dr. Salam in research pattern. And this Prof's office said that the hard copy he helped me to photocopy it, and all the copy I had with me until today. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, sir.
Was a great thing by boss. Sorry, we haven't had anything from any killer. Okay, yeah. I think Dr. Pia is going to talk about this.
I just have a question. What exactly would you say really, because I think what we are talking about is the end product of many decades of consistent effort at doing very little things that, in fact, there are so many of what you have done that probably you will not even remember. Like someone talking about giving testimony about the research paper that was published. Now probably you might not even remember the details of what he's talking about. What do you think kept you going on all the while when you were in the lab those 10 years ago and made you to still be doing those little things, and even till now you still kept on doing a lot until, of course, you continue to do so many things. What do you think we should learn, we should keep at the back of our mind that you really had a thought of you which made you to keep your hand on the ball?
Good question. You know, I said that I was not going to leave Nigeria. As an undergraduate, I have friends who we worked together at the time. And one of us had a wife who I believe was born in the UK. And so she went with the husband. That time they used to go and do plan in the UK. You travel to go and do it and you refuse to come back after. So that's what the problem. So the first, the second friend, the third friend, the fourth friend, and I said, Salako, I said, no, I'm not going. Now, what do you mean? I said, I'm not going. I don't know why. Okay, so because I cannot say you should do what I have done or don't do it. But I just made up my mind that I'm not going. One, I'm a very, very sensitive person. And when it comes to how about Russia, all of those, I can't stomach it. So rather than go there and be quarreling and somebody will put me to jail, and I stay in Nigeria. And when I started traveling, my premonitions came to pass. I joined the bus, I would sit in two-seater, and they would prefer to stand than coming to sit with me. Then this is the country somebody wants me to come and live. It is just transport, so we are not working together. Because if we are working together, what will happen? These are things people don't tell you. They will never tell you. But we box them every day. I'm too sensitive for that. You know, I don't want that to happen. So that's one thing that kept me at home. And since I decided not to go, I decided I must make it. Whatever I need to do within the law to be what I want to be, I must do it. So I developed that passion of making sure that anywhere I pass, this may sound ironic, anywhere I pass, you will see my footprint. And I have passed a number of places. You are UCH. So you can tell you, I've been HOD in my department. It wasn't the same when I left. I'm about to say that. That's why I say it may sound modest. That's becoming American-like. I was Provost College of Medicine. I left. It's not the same. I spent only 2 years. I was chairman NMA in Oyo State. I left. It's not the same. And my auntie, I was president, Nigerian Association of Nephrology. She succeeded me as president. So she can say if I'm lying. I made my contribution. So it's something I have told myself that I must make sure that I impact wherever I am. What we saw in NIMR, when I got to NIMR, it wasn't like that. But I must thank government
Because we always say government didn't do well. Government during COVID upped out money, and we got 3 billion. We got a tranche of 1 billion, and now we got a tranche of 2 billion. I'm not going to tell you how much was taken from us. But we made sure that what was left, we have something to show for it. That's why the compound is looking the way it's looking. And I tried to build an office for myself that is as big as this place. So that I can at least say that, well, I enjoyed part of what I have done here. So that was it. The zeal to want to make contribution. And in all of this, we are growing. We started doing research with our salary. Yes. Now we are talking about literature grants in the university, training grants. We are not as lucky. When we were doing laboratory training, Prof, nobody taught us research methodology. Nobody taught us anything we learned today. My own group is what we want to do. We are just trained as physicians. No parlor, no jaundice. The patient is sick. What should we do? Investigate, give him Panadol, he gets well, follow him up. Except that we now did a dissertation which introduced us to research. But we are not as equipped as you are now. But it was like, okay, we want to be at the zenith of whatever we are doing. And we tried as much as possible to get there. Even in the midst of what to use, the unsavory situation within the country. If you are focused, you are ready to contribute, not necessarily to say, no, I'm also going to join them. Maybe everybody is. If you think you need to give something your footprint, you will do it within the little that you have. So that has been the driving force. In NIMR today, I pushed them like this. When I came, we can't do it. I said, you can do it. Well, the first day we got COVID-19 virus in Nigeria, and they made the diagnosis, I called the person that said, send us the sample. We want to sequence it. And my people are like, no, how are we going to do it? I said, you guys are sequencing HIV. So how do you run for COVID-19 now? They say, hey, there is nothing to say. Go and do it. They came back and said, we will try. And they did it. NIMR was the first in Africa to sequence virus. There is an institution in Nigeria that data sequence, and they are saying that they are not the one. They've said it in the conference and come up and say no, but you know it. We had to write a joint report as a country because it's the same sample. But we are the first to sequence it. And I told them, you must grow this virus. I don't know, they say, we created a tissue culture laboratory. If we have a tissue culture, what are we going to be doing there? They were all kind of, one mentee, one young guy, one of the, what do you call it, those guys who come to train, said he was going to do it. Then his guys became bold and followed him. And we grew it. We grew the virus. And from that, we sequenced, we started looking at, they were talking about spike protein. I'm a physician, but I've learned a lot of their. So I said, okay. Before then, I had told them, again, one of my vision is that every time they say there is an outbreak, they will collect sample in Nigeria and take it to Senegal. I say, why? So when I go to them, I say, this, we will stop it.
I sent them, 3 of them to China for 3 months to learn about pathogen identification. So that if you have a new disease today, once they get the sample, they will work with it, they will run around, identify the pathogen, and then they can sequence the pathogen, and then they can develop diagnostic tool using PCR. They came back in October 2019. And then November, December, COVID started. So we called them and they sent us like 200 kits that they developed. So we here in Ghana have been doing COVID testing even before COVID came to Nigeria. The boys were happy. You know, when you have tools and knowledge to work with, you'll be more daring to do some more things. Today we become, and I say with all sense of responsibility, confident in designing any kit using PCR. We are working currently on hepatitis B, completed it. We are doing monkeypox, we've completed, we are just validating. And we are going to be doing some more. We are going to focus on those endemic diseases. So that if we have diagnostic kit that can do case detection for us, and it's homemade, we would have detected diseases before they start. These are just the vision that I have, and I have people who bought it from me. And today, they are happy with it. Go to their lab. When I came by 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, nobody. Now people are there. Even at 8, 9, they are still there. So it's you and what you want, and if you have the opportunity, ensure that those who are around you, let them know you need to do what you want to do, and let them also imbibe from your energy. Thank you.